If you thought it was bad before, wait till you see it now.
Oh, dude.
There's millions of them.
Oh, my God.
What the fuck? The audio's not working. Either that or he's not playing audio. That's probably more likely. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Bubba's not playing audio yet, so you're going to hear me for a minute.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Stuff that I know could really put me in the middle of this. And I don't know if it's in a good way or a bad way. Jay, would it be good or bad for me?
Come on,
Could
Jay.
it be any worse, Bubba? It's got to be good.
Devil and the angel.
There's Planet Dan.
If a lawyer ever says to you, could it get any worse? Don't listen to that lawyer.
There's Planet Dan right there. That's why he's the man. That's why he's the man.
But remember you said about needing a real lawyer?
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge
Broadcast
Show.
rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of your listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or any other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is strictly prohibited.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Today, I guess, would be technically the first day on the air. Celebrating today would be considered my 37th year anniversary in radio. 37
wow.
years.
It's amazing.
37
You're
years.
like the Rolling Stones.
Oh, feel like them. As long as I don't look like them.
No.
Now, Dan, I don't want you to. I don't want you to.
Oh no.
I do not want you to explain why you are one or the other, because I'm going to ask others if they know the difference. But I did a lot of things this weekend, including I got to get into the new Get Fresh fence crew.
Oh,
I got to get
nice.
into that. I think the Merch Crick took a video that I got to get to Rhett. I got to watch it and then get it to Rhett. She edited it. She had like 2 hours of footage. She got down to like 31 minutes, but I'm going to watch it before I get it to Rhett. But that was, we didn't even get it done.
No?
We have to go back on
Really?
the 15th
Oh, man.
and get it done.
How close?
About another 4 hours, probably.
How many hours did you put into it?
12.
Oh, wow. So
Well,
at least you're three-quarters done.
Not 12 total
10-ish.
working hours.
10-ish.
Probably 9. You know, we all got there at 8.
Mm.
Everybody, probably started working about 9. Lemmy, what did you send me?
The final on Planet Dan.
Oh, can you resend it to me?
Yes.
Dan, if the answer is simply yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Do you know the difference between a lawyer and an attorney? Or did you know you know what, maybe I'm stumping you and you don't know the difference between a lawyer and an attorney.
I want to say...
No,
okay.
no. The answer is just yes or no.
Okay. Yes.
You think.
Yes, I think.
All right, Anna, do you think you know?
I think I do because I remember looking that up before, but I'm not sure if I remember the answer. Can I venture a guess?
Yes, you can. You get the first guess, and then I'll come in with the right answer.
I want to say an attorney is someone who practices law, but a lawyer is someone who just has the qualifications to
Somewhat.
do so.
That's
Like
somewhat
one of them
correct.
is like an active.
Well, no, the actual correct answer is a lawyer is somebody who has graduated from law school,
Okay.
but has not yet passed the bar. An attorney is somebody who has gone to law school, completed law school, and has successfully passed the bar.
Okay, so I was
Right, has an
halfway there.
Active license.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the only reason I know that is I've gotten into just a lot. I'm into this. I'm into this whole Keith Davidson, Michael Cohen, Donald Trump. Man, is this stuff shady. And I'm kind of, the Hogan sex tape. Letting this Keith Davidson guy go is the precursor to all of it.
What do you mean letting him go?
Had the feds prosecuted him appropriately and not given him a sweetheart deal.
I know.
And then gone to him later on down the road. This is a lot of things. I mean, I shouldn't probably be talking about this, but nonetheless, I don't know if you guys know, but the feds went to Keith Davidson. Did you know Keith Davidson was originally Stormy Daniels' first attorney? Did you know that?
I heard you mention that before.
Right. But then she fired him and hired Michael Avenatti.
Great idea.
Right. So Keith Davidson was her original attorney. Keith Davidson's the guy that brokered the Hogan sex tape. They had him dead to rights, including a hotel room sting, and they let him go. The feds then went on to strong arm him into, if you don't cooperate with us during this Trump-Cohen investigation, we're going to go back and charge you with the Hogan stuff.
Really?
Yes.
Come on.
No.
Come on. It's like 15 years old.
No. Hold on. You got to understand the Hogan stuff. It initially was displayed in 12, but the lawsuit didn't get tried till 16, 17.
What's the statute of limitations on that?
Well, 4 or 5 years.
It then went on to the Hogan Cox lawsuit, which didn't settle till I think 18, 19. And so it's extortion across county lines under a possible RICO Act. So it's 7 to 10 years
from the date of the crime.
No, from the time of another. And with regards to extortion, there's a kicker on it. Trust me, I know. I've read and I'm having meetings about this. But every act can continue. It can be called what they call a continuance of the original act, and the time meter starts clicking from there. So every continuance of the first act in itself. That's how they get all the mob guys on RICO Act, because guy may have killed a guy, 15 years ago, but if there's a continuance or a discussion or any type of continuance of that act, then the RICO clock resets itself. That's why they can always get mobsters for things that happened 30 years ago, because there's a continuance of that crime in some way, shape, or form. So I don't know if you guys know, but the feds went to Keith Davidson and said, either you give us all your correspondence between Michael Cohen and you, or we're going to reopen the Hogan deal. And so if you go to all the Hogan 230 and all the investigation, and they've now redacted all of Keith Davidson's information and list him as a cooperating witness.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, Donald Trump's stuff is extortion from him. He's the original extorter.
That's crazy.
And and did you know that they called Keith Davidson up during the Manhattan grand jury?
Really?
Did you know that
No.
as a witness?
No.
No, you didn't.
Did he testify?
Yes, he testified. He testified.
He should be at the bottom of the sea.
Trump's defense should be that I have been extorted by a serial extortionist.
Yes.
I mean, for real. I've spent the entire weekend, huddling with people and looking into this, for my situation, and it's just absolutely mind blowing the depths that they will go to.
He doesn't sound like a very good person, does he?
No. And so, I mean, if they would have done their job, or Mark Ober would have done his job with getting, arresting the people that extorted Hogan, then this guy wouldn't have represented, Stormy Daniels. Not that the same outcome couldn't have happened if indeed he did pay her. I mean, don't I have evidence stating that they did? I mean,
feel like that did flow around.
Yeah. Can't use it and talk about it, but I do have it.
So who did you sign that one with?
Well, Avivani.
Avenatti?
Yeah.
You signed an NDA with Avenatti?
Yep.
It's probably not even valid.
Why not?
Because
it was done fraudulently on his part.
Was it?
Maybe.
I don't think it was.
No. Nonetheless, I'm looking into all that type of stuff. It's going crazy.
I'd like to look at that.
Yeah. Well, I think I don't know if Jay's got it. I found the Avivani contract. I need to get it over to Jay and have him look at it. Right.
I'd like to look at it too.
Yeah. So anyway, I've been doing that all weekend. I did the fence crew on weekend. Friday, wait till you hear this now. Now, Dan, I know you got a whole you got a whole nearly got prison rape situation.
Oh,
You had a good
Felt like
great
Lemon.
weekend.
I mean, yeah. Dan almost got prison raped by his bike seat. Dan was on his bike. Might as well have you tell your story. Dan was on his bike.
Might as well have you tell your story,
Yeah.
and then he'll tell it.
Dan was bike. Well, I just caught like literally a 18-second explanation of it, and then I just shut Dan off. I said, let's just save it for the air. Let's not have you tell me this whole thing. I'd like it to be more organic when you tell me. So I just before the show starts, I asked Dan, so Dan, what'd you do this weekend? And then he gets into this whole big, I was riding my bike, the seat fell off, I got prison raped, and I was like, just hold it right there, buddy. Let's save it for the air. So, Dan, pray tell.
Well, Jay and I went to Bon Voyette, which is a mountain bike park, and we almost got Ty J to join us, but he had to do some work on Sunday.
Like a drone, Willie?
Yeah, he had a couple drones in Sarasota, I think. So Jay and I got there. This is like the second time we went in the last month, but we hadn't gone in like 15 years. So we were really excited.
What's it called?
Bon Voyette.
Where's it at?
It's
in Balm and Boyette.
It's like the Balm River, which is like kind of like Lakewood Ranch. It's,
okay,
it's
I
off of
understand.
75. You know what, Bubba? You know that go-kart track that you and I almost got arrested at?
Over by Balm, Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's right past there. It's
I know.
3 miles past there.
I know, like over by Sun City Center.
Yeah.
That whole area. Okay.
Exactly. We passed it.
I know
Jay and
exactly
I looked
where.
at
I
it
know
like,
exactly
hey,
where
remember
you're
that night?
Yeah.
Mr. Flag Guy.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's another story.
By the way, that Mark Ober was so quick to jump on and press charges on me. That was, remember?
Yeah.
Did you get stopped at the fruit stand with me?
We all did. Dude.
Yeah.
They had like 15 police officers stop us.
Me and Dan go to the go-kart track. This flagman gets all lippy on me, like tells me where I'm not. He's not doing this and he's not doing that. So I jacked him up against the wall. It was just a standard jacking, like it was just a grab a guy's collar. Twist it sideways and jack him against the wall. That's all I did. I mean, technically that is battery, but
it's offensive.
It
was
is
touching.
So, that's it. The guy thought I was over it. I thought the guy was over it. The people that own the place, JR and his dad, I thought they had diffused it all.
It's a racing deal.
And next thing you know, me and Dan are, and we got a caravan of people pulling over, going home, and all of a sudden there's like literally 4 squad cars waiting for us at this fruit stand in the middle of nowhere.
It's like they were literally like waiting for us on the way out, and like they jumped us like we were the mobsters coming out of a bank robbery.
Right, literally like nearly a roadblock kind of deal, or like it's 9:30 at night in the middle of on a country road where nobody travels.
Yeah, everyone.
And they pull us
got a
all over,
shotgun.
sit us down on a picnic table,
It's
and
about 4,000 mosquitoes.
tell us they're gonna take us to jail and all this kind of stuff. We're just a straight, collar jack, and don't bust me up. So anyway, Dan, yes. So you're over there. You're on your bikes. You and Jay.
Yeah, we went to the hard part first. The prize, the premier trail there is called Ridgeline, and so we did it, and it was awesome. Just flew through it. And so we're like, let's do it again. Okay, no problem.
Now, can I bring my e-bike there, or is this much more rugged for my e-bike?
You could bring your e-bike there.
It wouldn't do too good, though,
All
right?
100 pounds of it?
You'd be better off at a slightly lighter e-bike, but you could bring it there.
Right.
There's trails you could do there. Absolutely. Not this one.
All right, not the pro.
Well, this one,
BMX, Willie, that kind of deal.
You drop straight down.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's like literally like a straight down drop.
Do they make you sign a waiver and everything?
No, which surprises me.
All right.
They don't make you sign anything. So anyway, we're on the trail, and literally like about a minute into this trail, my seat like snaps, like the rails that connect the seat to the seat post snap. My seat flies off, and so there's just this post sticking up. And I didn't know what to do at first. I'm like, God, first of all, I had to retrieve the seat. I had to go backwards on the trail to get to the seat. And then I had to finish the trail standing up the whole time, which is exhausting to stand up on your bike and ride, straight downhill, then uphill, then straight downhill and uphill. Jay's got video of the trail. He posted it on YouTube, so maybe able to see it. I don't know if it's private or not. He'll talk about it.
Knowing him, it's probably private.
But it's like he's following me, so it's a lot of me. So I like the video.
Well, imagine that. So the seat breaks off. Now, does it literally
completely
go?
broken off?
Does it go up? Does it go up your private parts?
It hit me when it happened. Yeah, it did. And, you got those padded pants on, which are helpful.
Now, does your bike have that seat popper?
Yes. So I put the seat all the way down, but then it kept scratching my legs as I was trying to,
So you're getting sodomized by your bike.
Yeah, I was getting sodomized by my bike, which I felt like, I felt like Dahmer.
So a leg scratch ain't nothing compared to a sodomization.
No, but the carbon fiber posts were broken and frayed and sticking out a little bit. You know what I mean? The carbon fiber rails, I guess is the word. I have a picture of it. I'll send it to you.
And that was
yesterday, but it was fun. We still had a good time. I still rode 15 miles.
So the rails on the actual saddle is what broke, not
yes,
okay.
The rail snapped. The carbon rails on the saddle. Kind of sucks.
And were you allowed? I mean, could you continue on?
Not really. I had to go home and just kind of I tried to lay the seat on top of the thingy and try to kind of just limp home. But it worked fine. I was no major injuries, just a couple little scratches, and I did it. It was fun. We had a great time. It was just a little scary because I had.
Well, it was cut short.
The whole trail, though, the Ridgeline is just like a drop and a climb, and they're really steep drops. So I'll get the video to Lummy it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I know, but Jay's private. He probably only has not available to anybody. Lummy, this is the latest potential artwork that we could go to market with.
Yes.
Double-click on it.
On Planet Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he made the additions that we wanted.
I'm okay.
Okay, I don't know why it's making you save it. Never mind.
All right. So it's good enough for me. I can just scroll on down. So this is Planet. I like it. I mean, let me see. I'm trying to if I can pick it apart. Shoes are great. Dan's great. Chevrons, gold watch, star over Tampa, better contrast between land and water. Planet's great. Dan, I think looks
Got the
great.
star on Tampa.
Got the star on Tampa. I think that's what we. Dan, does that meet your approval?
Yes, it does. I love it.
Blitz, you like it?
Yeah.
I think we should go with it. Lummy, can you just get it in the form that we would need it?
Yeah.
To print it?
Yeah. I'll reach out to T-shirt Will again and ask him exactly what file he needs.
Yeah.
I sent Blitz and Lummy the link to the video.
Oh, to the.
I texted them the link. They can probably DM it to you.
Right.
All right, hang on one second.
So over the weekend here at the studio, a lot of people didn't walk in the front door. I think most people walk in the side. But if you walk in the front door, you're going to see a blink camera that is right in front of the duck's nest, because I've been dealing with this freaking duck all weekend long. So the merch crick is over here on Friday. Hold on here. Is this it? Okay, this is it. Oh, this is 10 minutes nonetheless. By the way, today we're on Rumble, Facebook, and YouTube. And then tomorrow, the morning show will return for at least just tomorrow.
Maybe.
For Twitch. Now, I don't know if we might
make it through the whole show.
We're not putting anything on Twitch today at all, but we could still get banned. You never know.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, there's nothing on Twitch today that we're doing live. Today's after show is a podcast. So, again, that's not Twitchable. So tomorrow we make our return, at least for one day. Yeah. And then we'll do the after shows tomorrow on Rumble, YouTube, and Facebook. So basically, we're just going to kind of toggle between either we're live on Twitch with the after shows being on Rumble, Facebook, and YouTube, or we are live on Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble in the morning, and we don't do anything on Twitch. And I'm thinking the after shows are Rumble only when we do it that way. If we don't have a podcast. So, nonetheless, we will be back on Twitch tomorrow for the morning show, just to see how well that works. So, here you go, Dan. This is...
this is the beginning of the Ridgeline Trail.
Well, that works. So, here you go, Dan.
Hold on here.
I got a...
this is the beginning of the Ridgeline Trail.
Well, I got a little bit of a vortex going on here.
Okay, so that's me.
I got a...
That's me in the orange bike with the blue shirt, and then that's Jay videotaping.
Now, has Jay got an electric bike or no?
They're electric assist.
Oh, they're electric assists. I can take my big hoopty through there.
Yeah, but these are 32-pound electric assists.
Oh, mine are 100.
Well, watch these drops, though.
I don't know if my brakes are good enough. I'm getting sick.
It's a roller coaster ride.
That does look like fun.
It's a lot of fun.
Oh my
Look
God.
at those drops.
Lucky Jay didn't hit you from behind.
Yeah, he was mad.
But the bike did.
I was waiting for him.
Who's a better trail bike rider?
Jay is technically better. I have better lungs. Which is doesn't make sense, right?
Isn't what you would expect.
It doesn't really matter when the seat's up your ass, right?
Yeah, it doesn't matter when the seat's up your ass.
I could have beat you yesterday once you got impaled.
Oh, dude, it was so hard to stay standing for the whole trail. It was exhausting. So, the problem is these little uphill things. Because, you slow down, then you have to go straight uphill.
Are there people, though, that don't have e-bikes, that have just regular BMX Willies?
Yeah.
That do this?
Yeah.
Or trail? I don't think Ty J has an e-assist bike, does he?
No, it's not, but he's a stud, man.
Yeah, I know. Ty J does is straight with quad power.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I can. I just couldn't keep up with Jay.
And your seat is still intact at this point?
Yeah, my seat's fine here. This doesn't show the seat brake.
Okay.
I was behind Jay
Does the state own this, or is this privately owned? Or
That's a good question.
I think it's Hillsborough County, I believe.
Okay. I'm surprised there's no waiver.
Yeah. I mean,
because it's dangerous. And it's built, someone built this. This is maintained and so this kind of follows the Bomb River. There's some really steep
that was a pretty big bump.
So watch these drops. They're like straight down.
Oh God, he fucked me.
Jay.
Sounded almost kind of hot. Like almost a prison scene.
About to be.
I mean, thank God for Jay being a hell of a rider, because there was a couple instances where if he wasn't paying attention, he would have rear-ended the hell out of you.
Yes. But I was waiting for him. Jeez, Dan. So he's mad that I waited for him. I could just smoke him. Yeah, I want to be in the video too.
Yeah, you didn't want to make it all about Jay.
No, God forbid it was all about Jay. It's got to be partially about Dan.
God forbid.
So it's a lot of bumps. It's a lot of roots, some rocks, ups and downs, trees.
I got to think that people really take licks on this.
Oh, yeah. People take licks on all the time. And a lot of times you take a lick because you're tired. You know, that's like you're so tired.
I would already given up.
Yeah. Well, this kind of stuff you can do, but...
Now, do they have races on these?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
Because to me, Blitz isn't like there's anywhere to really pass.
They call it single track because it's hard to pass. Now, up here I pass this guy. I see a guy in front of me. I'm like, I'm passing this guy. I want him. This is just like, this isn't the big drops. They're coming up.
No, you didn't pass nothing. He gave you a courtesy flyby. Don't even try to act like you passed him. He went over.
Didn't pass me.
No, I know that, but that was a courtesy move over, my friend.
He had to.
That was like, Lemmy, when you're playing golf, guy let you play through.
Yeah.
That
You're
was
going
a play.
slow.
That was a play.
Come on
Just go on, play through.
Yeah, I'm enjoying my.
You got to
ride.
force them, and then you got two guys that are on, in a golf cart, and they're just whacking the hell out of the ball, and you and your four are all over the place. Man, you just let those two guys play through.
Yep.
That guy that just let you play
through.
through.
Yeah, he lets play through.
Yeah.
It's 5,700 acres, and it has 25 miles of bike path.
And we did 15 of them.
Well, needless to say, Jay, Dan, this would be great for our YouTube channel if you could get it to us.
Okay.
If we could, I mean, it's not going to do anything for your YouTube channel, but if you want some Dan Diaco's a superstar, some coverage or some.
I'll have Jay get it to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing in here that.
Yeah. There you go. That's a big drop.
Man, you guys are hauling ass.
And Ty J is a stud. He wants to
Keep your
go
momentum.
canoeing and
Ty J will actually probably go in there and beat you just with his quads.
it's going uphill though. It's hard with all that weight. Because he's a heavy fella.
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
Ty J just get out his 9 and shoot you.
Do you like it when Jay encourages you to keep your momentum?
No, that just means like I'm behind you. Don't slow down anymore.
Okay.
I
thought he was
went
like,
up for him.
he's like, you got this.
Where does the
lazy ass.
seat break?
It's not on this video because I'm behind him when the seat breaks.
Oh, did you do a gangster ass pass on this guy?
Yeah.
Hold on here. Oh, hold on. Couple merging willies. Get the hell out of here, you fat asses.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll get you right here on the right. Thank you.
Play through.
Jay's so much nicer than you. You would have been, move the F over!
Yeah. Left.
All right, nonetheless, let's see if we can get a hold of Jay.
Okay, he's got all the video.
And get that up. That would be great.
It was fun. We had a good time. I won't go back.
So anyway,
Get in your seat.
I'm involved in Blitz. If you see the pellet gun, both airsoft handguns, and the airsoft fully auto, they're all out in the green room right now. If you could just leave them there.
Okay.
Because
Are you shooting the duck?
so we're at the apartment, and Erica goes, "Oh my God, the mama duck is she wouldn't put a blink on it Friday." Now I didn't know that crows are so mean.
Oh, they like to eat eggs.
And they're so smart.
Oh yeah.
I actually have I did a little Googling over the weekend, and did you know crows are the one article that I read, one of the few articles I read said that crows are as smart as gorillas.
Yeah, they're super smart. No, crows are
No.
Really?
Crows are one of the only animals that can use tools too.
Yes, and they have because it said, now Blitz, see if I'm right or not, but they're tightly formed neurons in their brain cause them to have learning ability and adaptability where they can learn and use tools and then remember what happened the first, like
Yes.
be able to kind of put it all together.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of like AI, and where it just kind of keeps building.
That's like the definition of culture.
Right.
Actually.
And that crows are really very, very smart.
They're super smart.
And once they learn something or know something, they don't forget it.
Yeah, they can use they'll take like a piece of wire they find, they'll bend it into a hook, and then use that to drop it down to like an area they can't get to grab food or to grab.
Yeah,
things.
I mean, like they're smart as hell. So,
which sounds kind of dumb, but like,
No, it's not,
like
yeah.
evolution-wise, like that's amazing.
well, not only that, Blitz, but like if nobody would ever think that a crow, you would think that a gorilla or a chimp or somebody, but you wouldn't think that just. And not all birds are smart.
No,
It just happens to be crows.
Crows are super smart.
Are super smart.
Yep.
So, Erica, we're here on Friday for a little bit. She's doing some merch and stuff, and she is watching she takes this blink camera, this extra blink camera, and she puts it right on the mama duck. So there's a blink camera literally right out there so she can watch this mama duck. Well, I'm not even here. She's here. And she calls me and says, the mama duck is raising hell and she's crying and she's like
crying.
And she's crying. And I'm like, well, first of all, I'm like, 2 miles away and I'm not even here.
Hold on, Erica. Let me go. Can ducks cry?
So I'm like, what do you mean she's crying? She goes, well, go to the blink system, which I have on my phone, and look what's going on. She goes, I've positioned a camera out there by the mulch underneath the table so that I can watch this mama duck all weekend long because she's fighting off a crow. And a crow has got down and scared her away and eaten 2 of her eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And has taken the rest of, and then there's 9 more eggs, and he's taken them all out of the nest. But she scared him away. So I look on the blink camera, and sure enough, all 9 eggs are literally out of the nest and like strewn everywhere, and he's eaten 2.
What?
So there's 9 left. She had 11.
They'll eat the eggs, and then when the babies hatch, they'll go eat the babies.
Oh yeah,
too.
yeah. So she gets into reading about crows, and she starts sending me these articles. Finally, I come over here. So she's like, I want to shoot this crow. I'm like, well, why do you? I mean, now she's like, but you don't understand. I've just been reading, and crows have adaptive ability to learn, and he's gonna know that the one. And she said, not only are the eggs not safe, but he'll eat the baby chickens too. And I'm like, well,
they're ducks, but
yeah, that's what I meant. The baby ducks. Anyway, so I'm like,
crows thing.
So I'm like, oh, you did send me a crow?
Yeah, just a video of them being smart.
Send it over to me again. Okay. So she's like, I'm like, well, go get my pellet gun, and which is out back. Go get my pellet gun and shoot him. I said, because at that point you're shooting a crow to save a whole bunch of ducks. So then she's like, well, I can't. And Blitz, if you don't, me trying to explain that you got to take the pellet gun, break it in the middle, put the one single pellet in there with the hollow end facing you, then put it back together, then use the scope.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, well, I can't figure out the pellet gun. I go, well, then you know what?
She was a cop.
I said, I know.
She can't figure out Pelican?
Well, because you
Come
have
on.
Dan, most lady cops aren't used to having to break it in the
pointy
middle.
Pointy end goes first.
Change a tire. They can shoot a pellet gun.
Anyway, and the pellet gun really isn't that accurate. It's not.
Are they rifled?
They are.
Sorta.
It is, but nonetheless. So she's like, I go, but listen, in my on-air area, Blitz got me put together. We got a brand new Falcon Airsoft fully auto AR-15 that I don't know will kill him, but it'll sting him enough to maybe not want to come back. Because he literally, Blitz, had ran Mama off. She's over by the gate, and she's scared of this crow. And he's now, trying to he's using these eggs like they're Golden Corral. Like he's in. So at least the AR-15 Falcon fully auto, plastic BB gun we got will at least, scare him off.
And if he's that smart and he gets scared, he should know not to come back.
Well, he'll realize, listen,
Right.
I just got peppered with this gun.
Like an Uber driver.
That didn't kill me, but it hurt. I got to think, Blitz, if she literally had the barrel outside the door and he was over by the nest, and she said she put, a few, and she knows at least 2 or 3 that hit him. That's got to probably sting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, right? So she goes, well, I found 2 handguns too. I go, well, that might be a little bit more, less of a problem. So she's got both of these Falcon Airsoft 9mm or whatever, 45 caliber looking airsoft handguns that shoot one at a time or as fast as you can pull the trigger. And then she's got this fully auto AR-15.
She's like John Wick.
And she's standing and she's sitting inside the green room. Bitch didn't get back home till 9:15 on Friday because she was over here trying to grease this crow. Well, the crow would fly over to like the telephone pole, over by where that vacant lot used to be, and just watch her. And then when she would leave, he'd come swooping in again. Well, she did that about 3 times where he swooped in and she smoked him she didn't kill him, by the way. This plastic Falcon deal didn't have the gumption. Now the pellet gun, I think Blitz would have probably killed him.
Oh yeah, remember they got hollow bones.
Right. So she couldn't get the pellet gun going, and maybe it's better that we didn't kill the crow, but we scared him. So I've been dealing with this. So when we're at the track, she's on the blink, nonstop, trying to watch this. Now, the mama duck does come back, and I told Erica, don't touch the eggs. She's like, well, should I put them all back in the nest? And I'm like, no, I don't think you should.
No.
Because isn't there kind of like a underwritten thing that if you touch one of their eggs, their moms might not have anything to do with it or something?
The chick, yeah.
Or it might hurt the development of the chick or something. So I go, just try to see if the mom will come back. And sure enough, the mom comes back, and she herds them all back into, two of them end up being duck a la carte for the goat. I mean, for the crow. Huh. And then the other 8 or so that are left are back in there, and she's been monitoring this. She came over once or twice yesterday to shoo the crow away. I then told her, I said, well, don't you think the crow is just nature? Like that's what happens in nature. And that's the reason why
they lay so many eggs.
The reason why she lays 18 eggs is because, the crows are going to take 14 of them.
Yeah, if you hear like crows and birds at the same time yelling in trees, it's because the crows are going and stealing their eggs. That's what they do. That's how they eat.
And this crow Blitz, he would be up at the telephone pole and he'd be raising all kinds of hell.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, I heard it. I heard it yesterday when I was here for the goat report. I just figured because they're always around.
Oh man,
I would have.
Crows are unbelievable. So anyway, if you guys use the front door, don't trip over the guns and the blink camera that's ran out the door because the merch.
Oh, is it a wired deal?
Yeah, it's a wired deal. So just be careful. Like she tried to tape it or something like that. Just know that we have a duck cam. Erica's monitoring this mama duck so that the crow doesn't get the remaining 8 eggs. He's gotten 3 of them over the weekend.
Is it still crow season?
I don't know that you can shoot a crow legally. Blitz, you might know that.
I don't believe so.
Crows go in and out of season.
I don't know.
Everyone knows crows are smart. They recognize faces. They can make and use tools.
I think ravens are even smarter.
They are
smart. And how do they learn? That's where one of Aesop's fables comes in.
Supposedly,
it's the one about a thirsty crow that...
They're saying, Dan, that the reason why they're so smart is because their neurons or something like that are so
I saw that tightly bound.
Yeah, bound super close together, causing it to be able to learn or something like that.
As smart as some primates, it said.
It's a brain deal.
It's a brain deal.
Stones in a pitcher in order to raise the water level so it was high enough to get a drink. Seems unlikely. But, in fact, experiments have shown that New Caledonian crows, once they're trained to pick up and drop stones, which is not something they do a lot in the wild, can figure out this problem pretty quickly.
So he can't get to the water
to raise the water level,
but he can put stones in the water
of floating food
to make.
Some other kinds of birds can do this too, and humans once they reach about age 5.
Yeah, hold on.
In
so
this latest set
a
of
crow
experiments,
right now. Nothing against your son, Lummy, but he's only 2.
Yeah.
But a crow right now is smarter than Walker.
Jeez.
New tricks. They picked out sinking over floating objects to raise the water level and solid over hollow objects.
That's pretty amazing.
Do well with
that is for a stupid ass bird.
Yeah.
Wide versus narrow tubes.
Dan, you didn't know this, did you?
No.
See, something I taught you.
And
an educator,
part
Bubba.
of the whole tube apparatus was hidden. Then they weren't able to figure
Are
it
you
out.
smarter than a crow?
No, I'm not.
So it seems that crows
Jesus.
really need...
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Erica's not because he's completely greased her.
Is a crow versus crick?
He knows now he's got to swoop in a little quicker because he's got plastic coming down range. But he knows that it won't kill him. It just hurts. So, because if it killed him, obviously he'd be done. But he knows it just stings a little bit. And if he comes in and out, now he's learned. He used to come in blitz. He'd come in from the Bake More Pies side.
Okay.
But that would give her a better opportunity to shoot him. So if he comes in from the other, so he'll come in he'll go around the building.
He sneaks around the building?
Yeah, he'll come around the building and then come in from where Nash's girl hit the siding. And he'll come right around that corner.
He uses the dent as cover?
And use the cones as cover, and he'll get he's trying to get one now. Before we started monitoring, he would just take 4 or 5 and try to get him out. Now he just tries to go for one because he knows he's got some crazy bitch trying to shoot him with some plastic stuff. And I try to tell her that. I'm like, Erica, he has learned on how to grease you. She's like, no. I'm like, yeah. Look it up. Crows have the ability to adapt and learn. So he's learned that when I come in from the Bake More Pies deal, I get peppered. But when I come in from the other side and I sneak in from the other side and I do a grab and go, I got a far better chance not to get greased.
The cause and effect in order to understand the problem.
Lummy, they have more learning ability than you do.
I know, I'm jealous.
What's the moral of the story? More research is needed, of course, in order to figure out exactly how crows learn.
Anyway, crows. Who would ever thought? When I come back, I'm going to pay some homage to. Did you know Buck from Charleston drove 6 hours to help me with my fence?
Big Buck? Really?
Big Buck.
Oh wow.
And I've never, I've been with Big Buck a few times. Here just in this setting, in the radio setting. I've never been with Buck privately. Hello.
Hey, Bubba.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a story that ties in with you and the Crow and Bell Helicopter and wrestling.
All right, buddy, go right ahead. We have a limited amount of time. We're running a little bit late, but go ahead.
Well, about 20 years ago, I was driving a cement mixer in Tampa, and I lived in this old trailer park. And this old man lived across the street, and I thought he was just a crazy old man, but he had this crow. He said he had it for 18 years. So I go into his house. The house is like a mess, and the crow flies around in there.
The crow flies in the house?
In the house, in his trailer.
Like it's a pet bird.
Hope he was outside. I hope he was potty trained. And crow poop everywhere.
No, crow poops everywhere, but the guy's place was a mess. I thought he was a crazy old man. One day he asked me to give him a ride to the bank. So I said, okay. He brought the crow out with him in a box. I said, you taking the crow to the bank? He said, yeah, they love him there. He walks in the bank right into the manager's office, and they say, hey, how you doing? And how's the crow?
How's Calvin the crow doing? Oh, my God, Calvin.
Yeah. Right into Wells Fargo Bank.
Only would have been better if you could have trained him to sit on your shoulder like Beretta.
No, better to go steal hundreds.
Go steal hundreds. Go to each drawer that's open, Blitz, and take 2 or 3, right?
Yeah.
Pew, pew.
Take him to the casino.
Yeah. Later on, I find out this guy's an engineer. He was old at that point, but he said he used to be an engineer, and he was part owner of Bell Helicopter. Yeah. And my next-door neighbor, which worked with me driving a cement mixer, used to be in the WWF.
Oh, wow. Well, there you go.
Cool. Thanks
for
the info.
Kind of weird how it connects, huh?
Yeah, it is weird. More importantly, thank you very much for being a daily listener of the show. How do you find us? How do you listen to us?
Right now, I'm listening to you on Rumble.
Fantastic.
On my phone.
That's great. Thank you, buddy.
All right.
Appreciate it. Thanks. So Buck, man, and not only is Buck, a cool dude, Blitz, Lummy, but he's a man's man.
Oh yeah,
like he's a man's man. I mean, let me tell you who else
handy.
is. Let me tell you who else is a man's man. And I didn't
Shivering
know.
Beeves.
Well, yeah, of course, Kenny Price is a man's
Hall
man.
of Famer Shivering Business. There it is. $500 on the PayPal.
Kenny Price.
On Friday afternoon, he's like, "Here's for March's payroll.
Yeah,
$500.
I reached out to him privately, made sure he had my new number. I'm like, man, Kenny Price, thank you so very much. A Tar Heel, Dan Tar Heel, which is your arch competitor, is it not?
Yeah, but I still like him.
He's a doctor.
in Chapel Hill.
He's a doctor.
Yeah.
Did he retire?
I think he is retired.
Somebody said that he retired.
Yes.
I believe so.
Yeah. So he's living the good life now.
Yeah. He's
partying.
All right. So when I get back, I got I closed out Duckgate. Dan, how's Ozempic doing for you?
Great. We're almost at 100.
Ozempic, you're at 100 now.
Almost, just under.
Any
90s.
Bubba Army, it doesn't matter where you hear my voice. Dr. Dan's office can do a telemed deal and get you approved and get you on the Ozempic deal. It's $350 a month, and they say, they send you your preloaded shots. It is easiest. Even Anna, being the biggest puss of all, could give yourself I promise you could give yourself a shot with a 31 gauge insulin needle. It's no big deal. Anyway, you'll do a telemed with Emily. You'll do a telemed with Emily, and to see if you qualify. And then once you do, boom, once a month you'll have 4 syringes on your 3rd week or on your 4th week whatever day you start. Boom, 4 syringes preloaded to your dose will be sent to your house. Shoot, I've lost 16 pounds.
That's awesome.
And now it's taken, I'm on my 2nd month
weeks.
now. I'm 6 weeks, yeah. I'm 6 weeks into it.
It's almost 3 pounds a week.
And if I would have really, really done one of my Bubba Clem, low carb, starve yourself diets, I would have lost a lot more. But I gain all that back. I always gain that back.
And you don't feel like you're dieting. The magical part about it is you don't realize you're dieting, which is the best diet, because as soon as you say the D word, you get hungry.
Well, not only that, but I'm being carb conscious a little bit, but I'm not losing my weight all based on just cutting out my carbs.
Right.
I'm losing my weight because I'm losing real weight.
Right, because you're just eating more sensibly and a little less.
And here's the one thing about this Ozempic deal that I actually am 100% the candidate that Ozempic made this for. Yes, a lot of people, Dan has said, if you're that woman that needs to take that 10 or 12 stubborn pounds that you couldn't get off for baby weight or just whatever, you've done real well, but you just can't get that. You don't have to be morbidly obese to get on Ozempic. You could be a chick, you're right at probably your ideal weight, but 12 pounds ago, you could have got on it. And now I know you're on your intermittent fasting and you're on your own deal, but let's say a girl like you was 10, 12 pounds heavier than you, and she's like, I just can't get this off. Dan, it's good for that person too, is it not?
Sure is. That girl that needs that last 15, 20 pounds can't get it off.
Not somebody as fat as me.
I'm not calling you fat.
No, but I'm just saying.
Big boned.
But anyway, I've always been, when my blood work comes back, I've always been, for the last 20 years, borderline diabetic. Is it the A1C? Is that what it is, Dan?
Yes.
My A1C
That's
number.
the chronic sugar tolerance / management.
Right.
So people that are really bad about maintaining their proper levels, that number is really high.
Well, just probably because I have pretty good genes has kept me to being diabetic. Being this heavy and probably just having decent genes has kept me right there on that borderline. So I just got, as you know, Dr. Haynes is my doctor, Dr. Cheryl Haynes, and I got on Ozempic. I've been on Ozempic a month, and then I went and got my 3-month blood work done. I just got the results back last week, and she's like, your A1C's down almost just a little above normal. Whereas it was always elevated. It was always elevated.
Indicated for you. It's for you. It's to prevent you from becoming a
diabetic.
Diabetic.
Right.
Exactly.
So, there's a lot of heavy people out there that aren't diabetic but are probably pre-diabetic. And this is exactly what it's for. And it's also for, again, that woman that's, 15, 18 pounds away from being perfect and just can't seem to get it off. So anyway,
it's FDA approved for this. This isn't like this off-label.
Yeah,
use.
This isn't something that the feds are going to come down and beat Dan's door down when he was handing out ivermectin.
Right. This was. They're allowed
Dan, you're going to catch
advertise.
less heat over this. This is actually in the wheelhouse of what you're supposed to be doing compared to some of, we didn't consider it rogue, but the FDA considered some of your rogue COVID deal.
Saving lives was rogue.
It was.
It was.
It was. It
Saving
really
lives
was.
was going rogue.
Sir, prescribe all the Ozempic you want. We don't care. But don't you dare hand out a deoxycycline with a Z-Pack kicker, you son of a bitch.
I know, it's really
You
weird.
did how many ivermectins? Oh, put your hands behind your back, buddy. Dan, there were a few times where you were concerned with, not now. I think we're out of the woods now on that. But,
Well, there was a couple of pharmacists I told to go F themselves, and I was worried that they were going to try to report me.
Turn you in.
Yeah.
Anyway, 8888, 4 8 in Diaco. Diacos, plural, right?
Yep.
48 Diacos.
Diacos.
How does it actually phonically turn out? 18888. What's the actual number, Dan? I mean, I can. Okay, 18888, and then what's the rest of the numbers?
I don't know. I mean, come on.
D. What's D? 2?
It's not fair.
Yeah, D.
Yeah, it's just 3. D is a 3.
All right.
Oh, D's a 3.
What's I?
4.
Okay. And
2
what's
2.
Huh?
2 2.
2 2.
6 7.
1-888-824-22
834.
834.
2 2.
1-888-834
2267.
2267 or 48 Endiaco, and that will get you with Emily, and she will start that process. And hell, you could maybe start by this Friday, right? That's what I'm kind of thinking. What's Dan? What's the turnaround time on from a person that first calls? Schedules his consultation, has his telemed,
traditionally a day or two. So
and-
she was out of town though for a week. That's why it got backed up a little bit.
Hey, did it get back to you that I had mentioned the vacation time?
Yes,
it did. Did it not go over that I?
That was fine. No problem.
What was said to you? How was it said?
They just said we are going to run every vacation through me from now on.
Did they say Bubba said that? Did they credit me for the heat, or they just knew that there was heat?
They knew there was heat.
Right.
They're not trying to blame you or put anything on you at the office. Everyone loves you.
But if
there.
you need some dirty work done, Dan, you can just give it to me, and I can just kind of haphazardly say it, and then it kind of sticks in a little bit.
Right. That's cool. I mean, again, it's spring. Someone went to they went to Bali. Someone else went somewhere else. I'm just like, guys,
You need to get with Jennifer, have her give Jen the dates, give Jen or Jennifer the dates, then Jennifer will run them by you, and you can be at least. I mean, you're not going to say no, but you at least in your mind will know. Okay, I'm down a soldier. I'm down.
Right.
I'm down a few soldiers this week.
right. And
Right.
This is a girl that was like literally walking on rice paper.
Who, Emily?
No, different person.
Oh,
the one that went to Bali?
Yeah.
Oh.
By the way, Lummy, I think I missed Mitch Lucerini, $50.
Oh, thank you, Mitch.
And Brian from Philly.
Thank you.
I think I missed those last week, so thank you so much. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Shizivering Niz, Hero Sis, Hero Biz, Hero Kenny Priz already came out with 5. No, what was it? How much today?
500.
That was on Friday. 500 bucks.
500 on Friday, and what, 100 today?
No, just the 500.
500 on Friday. God, I love that guy. Anyway, let me do some words. I got to get into my fence crew, and I am so humbled by this one guy's appearance. And it's just, I don't know, it's kind of a cool story. But my buddy Bob. And guess who Bob is? Bob is the father-in-law of Rob Gargiulo.
Oh, the painter Bob.
Really?
Yeah, Painter Rob.
Oh, yeah.
He said he'd done some work for you.
Yeah, he's. I'm working on both houses.
And he's like, I tell Lummy to let you know, and I'm like, Lummy keeps a lot off my plate, but I wish you would have told me that you're still Bubba Army. And he's gone on to tell me that when Gargiulo worked for Cowhead, that it was really quite awkward at some holidays because he would tell Rob, I don't care what you say about Bubba, I'm Bubba Army.
Travis from Minnesota, $50 on the PayPal.
Thank you very much. But I'll get into my fence, the new Get Fresh Fence crew next. And Lummy, we got to go back on the 15th to finish. Man, this was a job.
I heard.
Oh, I almost laid on the recliner in bed all day yesterday, and I missed the gym today just because fencing's hard, man. And guess who knew the least amount about? And guess who, out of all 12 guys that showed up, knew the least about fencing?
You?
Wolf.
Oh, come on.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
He has 6 crews that do all the work. So it would be almost like, man, you can do Botox, but you can do Botox, but that's not what you do. that's not your bread and butter. Hello?
How regularly do you
Dan,
get
leave.
your blood work?
I'm here. I'm listening. I thought
Talking to you.
I thought you picked up a phone call.
Sorry,
I
started talking to him.
No, we were talking to you.
No. I understand, Bubba. I thought you picked up a phone call and you just you said your statement and we're talking to somebody else. You changed volume. Yeah, I agree.
Maria.
There's a lot of things that I do that I don't really do that much. That
Like Morpheus.
Right.
You are not as good at Morpheus.
That's a better example.
As Jen
Right.
is.
Right.
Jen is
That's
so
her deal.
good at Morpheus.
Right. It's her deal.
But you can do it.
Yeah.
But you don't repetitively do it as much as she does.
She has better muscle memory.
Yeah. Which I don't know why you don't get it.
Morning grouper lips.
You need to.
Now that I'm not smoking, I'll heal faster and stuff like that. So.
How are you doing on your smoking?
Good. So, you just peel fast and muscle. Do you have?
No, but I talked to you a little bit in one of these breaks.
One of them breaks. What's up, Felix? The cat.
Felix the cat, thank you for the videos. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Nice shirt, Booba.
You know what, Anna? Thank you, my little pumpkin, for recognizing that.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
trying
like
to-
Warsaw,
trying
and then
to
I'm like,
switch
does
it
it
up
say
a little bit.
Poland? I'm like, nope, says Indiana. Did you get that, or was that a gift?
No, I bought that. I bought that on
Was
on
this
Amazon.
Was this one of your insomniac
Yes, this
ambient
is one of
fueled
my
purchases?
12:48 in the morning.
There you go, Redbeard. I know that one's for you. Nash boy, Mitch, what's up? Would you consider ass reduction surgery? To be honest, my ass is deflating. And
Ass? I think your ass is one of your strong points.
well, this is what Holyoke Joe said. Good morning, Trickney. My ass is deflating.
Because you're not doing enough ass exercises.
It's actually kind of a problem. Even Bliss noticed.
Oh, you should see Justin Nash. He's doing the intermittent fasting.
Did you start losing weight?
Fuck, he's lost 25 pounds. He does his number is 16 to 17.
What's 16? Oh, hours. Okay.
Yeah, which I think is pretty good, isn't it?
That's fucking amazing. Yeah.
And he has lost 25 pounds and doesn't really change his eating habits other than he's trying to eat a little healthier.
Mm-hmm.
And
Good for him.
and looks great.
Good for him. Thank you for telling me that. That makes me
And the
very
only
happy.
reason he even knew about it is because of what, you.
Get for clap. Holyoke Joe wants to know, Dan, if men ever get cosmetic surgery on their ass.
Not much, no.
Not much.
Rare.
I've seen guys get like calf implants.
Yes,
Like,
they
that's a
do that.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
Lummy?
Yes, Bubba.
I just sent you. Remember that university shirt we did?
Yes.
I need to send it to myself so I can pull it up. Or,
Good
what
morning,
the
Ned's
second
left
one that I sent
testicle.
you,
Yes.
can you send it to me?
Congratulations.
We'll do it right now.
Because I'm going to do a
Nash,
combination
that
of
makes me very
Dan
happy.
shirts and I'm going to do a combination of Dan shirts and then maybe these new ones.
Morning, Big Lunger.
It's a big under.
Okay.
Morning, Felix. The cat.
Maria. I just like saying your name.
Oh, fucking too
Yes. Red beard? No, I don't. Of course not. What's up, Phil's cat?
Red beard. What's up?
What's up, Maria Guatemala?
I need the human. I'm going to do a human air check.
Okay, human.
It's
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Blitz, be looking for a delivery from Human. It's a company that does like heart health and mental health and brain health gummies and vitamins.
Okay.
It's HUMAN and then another N. It's called Human. And Dan, I was on a conference call, onboarding call. They're a new client. And I really can't get into it. Can tell you about it. And but I really need to get it. They're supposed to be shipping this product to me any day. And I told the guy that was telling me about, well, I don't know if he's the owner or he's the main dude with Human. But nonetheless, I was like, hey, I got a doctor on my show, and he could probably really help me with this. You can go to getsuperbeats.com to find out how to get a free 30-day trial of Heart Chews plus free shipping with your first order. Use discount code BUBBA and get an extra 15% off. That's, again, go to getsuperbeats, BEETS.com, promo code BUBBA. Get, G-E-T, super, BEETS.com, and then use the code BUBBA.
And they're gummies?
Yes, they're gummies. I think they have some powdered stuff too, but he's like, by far, you're going to want the gummies.
Oh, man, I love the fact that in 2023, medicine is gummy now.
Oh, I know.
I mean, you got gummy vitamin C's, gummy probiotics, we got gummy brain food. I love it.
They got Super Beats, the Nero 40, the Tart Cherry, the Super Beats Energy Gummies, the Memory Focus Chews, and there's a whole bunch of scientific data that backs all this. It's heart healthy energy. It's also for blood pressure support. And the way it works, one of the way it works, Dan, is it dilates the blood vessels and it has nitro oxide. And a lot of people use caffeine and stuff like that, but the guy was like, with his energy gummies, that it's not. I guess with caffeine drinks and stuff like that, it kind of gives your body a false sense of energy, so to speak. Whereas with his energy gummies, it's a little bit more effective and more healthy. And he said again, nitric oxide. Now listen to this. Again, I have to go and get a little more data on this, and I got to get the gummies so we can start chewing them, and eating them. But I think a person that helped discover this or is on the board of Human is a former Nobel Prize winner.
Oh, that's cool.
And he discovered the molecule, some type of molecule within nitric oxide that is one of the main key proprietary ingredients on Human.
Well, that will relax your blood vessels, which does lower your blood pressure. Because a lot of hypertension medicine, there's different ways to treat hypertension. One of them is like slowing down the strength or the speed of the heart. The other one is relaxing the blood vessels, and that makes a huge difference on high blood pressure.
Go to Get Super. Is it Get Super Beats? Is that what it is? I think is that what it is? Yeah, getsuperbeats.com. Use my promo code BUBBA. GETSUPER BEETS, getsuperbeats.com, promo code Bubba. And like you said, Dan, what's cooler now than just chewing a gummy, a delicious gummy?
Right.
And a guy told me, he's like, listen, I think they have a recommended dosage of 2, but he goes, you could eat, 3, 4. He goes, a lot of people eat a lot more than they're supposed to because they're so good. They're so good. What'd you send me, Anna?
Or just the website.
Oh, yeah, here you go.
Open it up. And
number
videos.
1 pharmacist recommended Beet brand, free 30-day supply.
They're vegan.
Oh, look at that, Anna.
Hey, what's up?
Maybe you'll be able to actually take some of the stuff that we
yeah.
we do here. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, don't you
I'm
know?
from Minnesota, don't you know? Go Vikings. So anyway, it's the company's called Human, HUMANN, and there's all kinds of different ways to sign up and look at what they do. But as we get our Super Beat chews, we will be able to even endorse these people even better. And so thank you very much, Human, for being our newest client and believing in the show. Hopefully we'll be able to help you out here. Lummy, would you resend me that artwork? I had it, my Bubba University artwork.
Okay.
Because as we do, I'm gonna go ahead and order the Dan shirts. That's probably gonna have to be on a white shirt, don't you think?
On a white shirt?
I would say black.
I would
should be
do
good.
black. Yeah.
The Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me see here. Let me see. This would be on the same page, would it not?
Yeah, it should be like there.
Oh, yeah, you're right, Blitz.
Just
You're
don't
right.
scroll past the birds.
I won't. So I could go like this. Hold on. I could go like this, and then I go like this.
You said you weren't even going to try it.
No, hold on. I'm not even.
Oh,
That's it.
Ducks.
One duck.
So cute.
We have 4 ducks. But I said, as soon as I go past that first duck, I'm not even taking a chance.
Yeah, we play the game called Duck, Duck, Dong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know this one's called Duck, 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 Dong.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
4 ducks. Yeah, as soon as I go to the first duck, I'm out. Not even risking. Like, see, okay, there's a duck. That's no way. Right back down here. Back down here, buddy.
Yes.
So Planet Dan will be available soon as I get the printable artwork. And then Lummy, these are one of the ones we sold the hell out of these.
I love that shirt.
And Lummy, I want to make some changes here.
Vintage.
I want to, Bubba the same, Estimated the same, 1986 the same, and then maybe just 3 chevrons there where the Sirius dog is, right?
Yep.
The Love Sponge with the circle R, and then www.thebubbaarmy.com. That would be the Go ahead.
Yeah, JC Taco.
Keep the Bubba the
Caviar,
same.
caviar, JC Taco Kicker.
Yeah, caviar tacos. Keep Bubba the same. Keep the estimated.
It's established.
Established, whatever
Right.
it is. Get rid of the Sirius dog and put 3 chevrons.
Yeah, bam, bam, bam.
Keep 1986.
Yeah.
Keep the Love Sponge with the circle R.
Mm-hmm.
And www.thebubbaarmy.com.
There you go, Lummy. Thank you very much,
I'm on it.
my friend. All right, so this weekend, I got some pictures I need to put up on my Facebook. So go to our Facebook later today. I got some pictures, still pictures of the fence caper, so to speak. Erica shot a video that she sent to me that I have to, look at before we put up. That'll probably be up on our YouTube channel in the next day or two. Anyway, Justin Nash, Mushroom Mick, Weed Whipper Greg from
Mitch?
Mushroom Mitch, Weed Whipper Greg, who works at my track, One-Eyed Billy, Red Travis, Buck, who's just a man among men. Love that guy. Bob, who I was calling Grandpa Gargiulo, but he got heat with me on that deal.
Oh.
So he's like, just call me Bob. He is unbelievable. Listens to the show every day. I think they live in Dade City.
Yeah.
Even when Gargiulo worked for Calta, he would tell Gargiulo I'm Bubba Army, and then it would cause all kinds of problems. So super cool. Captain Ron with the Kentucky Waterfall. Drunk Dave. And I don't know if I'm missing. I think maybe I might be missing. Did I say Big Red?
Yeah, and creatine.
And creatine, yeah. So I don't know if I missed anybody or not. I'll have to go through my picture and my list. But, man, fencing is – and, of course, Austin from Wolf Fencing.
Who doesn't know very much about fencing.
Who I think at the end of the day a lot of times was in his truck Googling how to hang a fence.
Are you serious?
No, what is
It was just,
Call the
but it was
crew.
like Blitz. It was such a task because the poles had been snapped off.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the poles have been sleeved. Over the years of that track, that fence is probably 20 plus years old. Well, anytime we've had other fence issues, even when we owned it, and then prior to us. A lot of times they would sleeve the pole and then just put a new pole within the sleeve.
Right.
Well, the nubs of the sleeves have gotten so low that there is no meat on the nub to re-sleeve it with your existing pole.
That's what they have to do to my mouth.
What do you mean?
I had to see the oral surgeon, and there's like not enough purchase for like the crown, so they got to like bore out some bone to
And
make
then
room
post,
for the crown. Yeah, put new posts.
They just can't re-sleeve the tooth. They're going to have to go in to the bone, anchor a post, and then build the new crown around it.
Exactly. So your fence project is not just like a normal fence project.
Oh, my
You're talking
God.
about its industrial height, the industrial strength. I mean, it's a big deal.
So we had to go into a lot of the existing poles that have been snapped off, like at 5-6 inches from the ground, core drill those out. And if you could, and a lot of those things have been sunk with so much concrete that you could not core them out. So then you'd have to post hole dig around it, and then you'd have to get a cutting torch and then cut at the base of where the ground is, and then dig, 6 to 8 inches so that you could set a new pole that had enough real estate and concrete, to hold. And oh my
What
God.
a disaster. Is that why it took so long?
And we're not even done. We got probably another day's work on the 15th, Saturday the 15th. Now, I don't think Big Buck can make it, but I think Nash in Kentucky, the Kentucky Waterfall Captain Ron.
Do you need to take your girl?
What do you mean?
On the 15th?
Yeah, probably. Why?
We might be visiting Ty J's wife that day.
Yeah,
Will Wilson 20 on the Cash App. Thank you very much. Cash App, Venmo, PayPal at the Bubba Army. It's you guys can do it without her.
Okay. I thought you were going to say the exact opposite.
Yeah, no kidding.
They're going to say, I shouldn't need me there.
No, man, she really
Okay.
she goes and runs and gets lunch. Do you know how many times we had to send her to the hardware store because we needed
Got it.
I know one thing's for sure. Trying to coordinate a bunch of people together is
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
well,
nightmare.
I mean,
How far is a hardware store from the track?
there's this little mom and pop one that's about 3 miles from the track. But
Did they have most of what you need?
No, we really need a fence distributor. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, we got a lot of it done. I'll show some pictures of it. But another weekend, at least another weekend, and I just went ahead and ordered another 50 feet of chain. I'll tell you the hardest part is hanging the chain link fence on the poles. 50 foot of chain link fence.
Pretty light.
Get it? Oh yeah, light as hell, buddy. Light as a balsa wood plane. Getting it on there, and then you got to stretch it. So you got to take the moffett to hold it. Then you got to affix it to one end. Then you got to stretch it, and then bolt, tie or fence tie it onto a pole.
And for those who don't know, the Moffat's basically like a big forklift.
Like a big forklift, yeah. And so, what a pain in the ass. And a lot of times, Wolf really went on a bender.
The night before?
Did Mitch get him?
You know what? I don't know, but maybe on the 14th, 15th, 14th on a Friday, I might have Wolf just come and stay in my RV.
So you can monitor him?
Well, something. Or get him a hotel room close. Because, I mean, I don't know how tore up he can get in Ocala, but he likes to get tore up.
Yep.
He likes to get tore up. So anyway, we got we got pretty much probably about 70%. But I need to get a welder.
Oh,
I need to find a welder.
Whoa.
And don't say Hootie. Because I don't think Hootie welds.
Is he a welder?
He says
no,
he does.
Hootie won't get tore up.
His family welds.
Oh, he told me he does. Well, he's told me before.
Yeah.
I mean, he also says he's friends with Tom Brady.
I'd like
but
to keep
Exactly.
Hootie. I'd like to keep Hootie off the job site.
I was surprised he didn't show up.
If I could get a welder, a local Ocala welder.
Don't worry, Hootie can Google it just like Wolf Googled the fencing stuff.
We've put brackets. These brackets, we've tap-conned them into the wall, and just as added support, and then screwed them into the poles with these big screws. But at the end of the day, Blitz, if I welded, it would be that much stronger if I welded the pole onto the bracket and had it screwed. So I could use a welder. Guy that's got a little, and not really extravagant. Like, don't they make like some 110 wire feed, like kind of littler? It doesn't need to be a big Mac Daddy.
You went from Harbor Freight.
No, I'm not going to get one. The only kind of welder that's going to touch anything that I own is a Miller, the big blue box that rocks. So, yeah.
The big blue box that rocks?
That's what Miller welding is. Love, yeah.
Something I've never done.
Only losers weld with Lincoln. Real winners weld with Miller, the big blue blocks that rocks. I need to get a hold of my Miller guy, Blitz, because over all the years of having them welders for my race team, I've just had all my ex-employees rip them off.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, I'd like to learn how to weld. I'm not.
What's the difference between like TIG and MIG and all the other?
Well, it's like TIG and MIG.
TIG.
It's the different type of material, or whether you're using a wire-fed stick, or it's just there's a big difference.
Does your dad weld?
Oh my God, my dad can weld his ass off.
Oh really?
There you go.
Don't think it's very.
You can learn with him.
Yeah, when I go see him. Dad, will you teach me how to weld?
Does he have a big blue
Well,
box?
you already said he's going to teach you how to lathe.
Dougie?
He's going to he's going to teach me how to lathe. So maybe he can teach me how to weld.
Does he have
But Doug doesn't have a lot of patience. Like, he doesn't have a lot of patience. I can see where some of my lack of patience comes from. You're like, God damn it! I told you 3 times how to do it. I'm like, and I'm getting, man, I've never even tried to learn under Doug's instruction as an adult. I mean, I'm starting now where I forget things. When I used to retain things, it was violent.
I watched a movie this weekend on early onset Alzheimer's.
Really?
It was really sad.
You think I have it?
I don't know.
What are we talking about?
Exactly.
No, like, I mean, I don't know that I have it. I just got so many things going on, and when you spontaneously have to talk, then you have an.
It's a really sad movie. Don't watch it.
What's the early age of a person getting this?
I think it was like she got it at 50.
Yeah, she was like 50.
Yeah, well,
not common at all.
Mm-hmm.
What age does
Bubba,
it?
Eat your brain food, you won't get it.
Well, not only that, Dan, but I really don't have it. I mean, like, I might mess up some names. When you talk as much as I do and as spontaneous as I am on the live high wire that I am, I don't know that anybody could be, more.
Yeah, Bruce Willis couldn't have done this for the last 5 years.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
No, he couldn't have. Nor could have Biden, because if you have that kind of cognitive decline, you can't carry on a 6-dimensional conversation like you do every day of the week.
Right, and so in forgetting some stuff in a 6-dimensional or conversation that I have that's live, then you can see where you could forget some stuff or mess up some stuff.
Absolutely.
This is a very not so unique job that's very public, that my mess ups are public, that are easy for people to say that I may have A, B, or C.
Yeah, but we're talking about you learning with your dad, though.
Well, I mean, I can learn with my dad.
Oh, okay.
I don't forget stuff, like that. I just forget stuff like, what I watched on TV last night.
Oh.
Oh yeah, that has nothing to do with your
No, it has nothing
memory.
to do
That
with
and
it.
everything to do with
And
your
also,
pills.
and also, Bubba.
Right. It's not my memory. It's my pills.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doc. Sorry. And also what, Danny?
A lot of people forget things when they're actually broadcasting or giving a delivery. They don't remember what they're saying because they're focusing on the act and not focusing on locking it in for memory.
Right, and you guys got to also understand that as I talk right now, I'm literally in my head trying to figure out the next couple things we're going to be doing.
Yeah, it's also weird that your memory seems to fail you when you're nervous because you think that's when it would really dial it in, but it seems to do the opposite. Not that you're nervous now, but like you're on the spot. You know, it's live.
Well, I'm never nervous on the air unless I'm
Scared.
interviewing a big-time star. Then I get a little bit nervous.
No, I understand, but I'm just saying, generally speaking, when people get nervous, they tend to forget things, which is odd because you'd think you'd be super hyper focused.
Right.
From like an evolutionarily standpoint.
Yeah, it makes it doesn't really make any
Whatever
sense.
you two just said.
Yeah.
I know that Trump's going to jail tomorrow, right?
He has
so they
He's
say.
getting arraigned.
So they say. And boy, everybody's full hot on this deal. Also, did you see where, and I didn't see that you sent me any prep on the deal. Maybe you could find it for
Sorry.
me. And if not, your boyfriend certainly could.
Okay.
Where I think there's a bill on DeSantis's desk that will be signed that's going to change the gun laws of Florida.
Oh, that's been in the news for months, though.
I know, but I think that
Is
it's
it getting
getting ready.
signed
I
today
think
or
it's
something?
getting ready to be signed.
And I think he also signed that bill, Bubba, that allows him to run and maintain governorship.
Let's see
He
what's
changed the
going
law
on.
to allow himself
He
to
did?
run.
Allow
Oh.
permitless carry.
Yeah, that's
heads?
the permitless carry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I want to get into that a
Stand
little
by.
bit. I want to get into that a little bit.
I got you,
Blitz May
Bubs.
and I may have some opposing views on that.
All right, is this it?
I'm as pro-gun as the next guy. I
Are you?
really am. Yeah.
Okay.
Why do you
snap.
say that potentially?
Well, you said
I'm
we're gonna
not-
have opposing views, so
Well, I'm just saying. My only thing is I really I don't have a problem with you carrying a gun. I don't have
Cool.
a problem at all.
Cool.
I don't have a problem with you owning a gun. I don't have you a problem.
Where do your
I don't
problems
have
lie?
I have a problem with. I think that you should have to register just to own a gun. Just
To own a
because,
gun or to conceal
well,
a
that's
gun?
that's actually illegal in the state of Florida, by the way.
Not,
What?
Not,
To
Register?
register gun registration.
I think that you should have to register to carry a gun, not to own a gun. If you're if you own 45 acres out back and you just want to, but if you want to carry your gun, in your car or on your person or let's say in public, if you want to carry your gun in public, I have no problem with that.
Do you think it should be hidden or do you think it should be open?
I don't have a problem with either one of those. I just think like you have to have a license to drive your car.
Right, because that's a privilege.
I'm just
You're
saying.
not gonna get through this, bubble. He's gonna get you every time.
Well, here's where our opposing views lie.
Right.
I'm just saying that I think if you open it up this much, you potentially could have a lot of bad people with some guns and a lot of good people with some guns. But I do think that it's not bad. I think it's maybe not constitutionally completely pure within our Second Amendment, but I do think that if you're going to carry a gun and you're going to carry it in public, not if you're not going to ever go out in public with it, but if you're going to carry a gun and it's in public, that you need to have registered or at least gone through a background check, or at least the authority, some type of registration or something like that with regards to, so we have a general idea as to who's got the guns, because I think that this added little step potentially could keep some guns away from some very bad people.
Problem is, Bubba, I get what you're saying, but the problem is that if you do not pass the background check, chances are you were carrying that gun illegally.
Right.
So if you wouldn't have passed the background check, that means then you're probably not legally carrying that gun because you're probably not legal to have possession of a gun.
I would rather put the legality.
But they don't
I would
care.
rather put the qualifier on whether you are legally carried a gun on authorities that can look into your background instead of Billy Joe Bob, who forgot that he was on probation and decided to go ahead and carry that gun
Well,
because
then he's
he
carrying it
thought.
illegally.
Well, I understand,
And so,
but chances are he's not going to get caught, and so he's carrying a gun that he shouldn't be carrying because he has a propensity to cause problems. And he has caused problems. And if he would have had to go on and register or gone to a gun shop or just one added step to show that he has the right to carry that gun, I think potentially could cause a lot less issues than Billy Joe Bob trying to self-police. We know how well self-policing works.
You ready for some dumb questions?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
How about we do some words?
Okay.
So I don't get too far late. And we come back with everybody is stupid.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
I understand Blitz's argument that if it's illegal, if you have the right to carry, then you should be able to carry. And if you would have been disqualified from having that right to carry, that means it's illegal for you to have a gun.
If you buy a gun from a gun shop, do you have to register it when you buy it?
Yes, it's registered.
So then, is it when you get it from like a private owner?
It's
you
not.
Don't have to register.
Right.
But you do through a gun shop.
Yes.
Why would they be different?
Why would they be different? They just are, and that's one of the things that upsets the Democrats. If I buy a gun from you, I don't have to report it to anybody.
Oh.
I just have to keep record of it personally
Is
myself.
it more just like for protection for the gun shop?
The gun shop has to know where their guns went, yes. But, the argument could go both ways. One is that they shouldn't register anything, or they shouldn't even register the bullets.
Right. Why is it different?
Because the registration, if a commercial dealer sells something that's a restricted product, like a gun, then they're always registered. That sale is always recorded.
Uh-huh.
The argument is if they try to register every sale, then there's a gun registry, and the government knows about every gun and who has every gun in America, and a group of people, a percentage of people have a fear that will lead to the government just coming and say, okay, you have 6 guns, show me your 6 guns, I want them right now. And that's the biggest fear amongst people with, gun right issues in the back of their head, is because most countries that have created a national registry have gone and gotten the guns within a decade. I.e. Australia, Europe.
Wasn't that a buyback deal?
Some of them are buybacks, some of them are just takebacks. Depends on the country.
So people are okay with the government knowing where some of the guns are, but not all of the guns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
It's compromise, I guess. I don't know.
You and I'll get into this.
Okay. I'm gonna pee really quick. You go pee.
What's up, Close, Florida Bound 1, good morning. I will talk to you at 9:30 about this, period. Text me and remind me, please. I'll get you set up with Emily. Into 12, Knight Rider, Big Lunger, Incognito Billy, what was up? The Coco Kid, Max lives in a storage shed, what's up? I could breathe, funny face, I could smell more too, which is why I didn't wear a Bubba Army shirt today, because the Bubba Army shirt smelled like my car, which smelled a little like cigarettes, because it had been sitting in my car for a couple weeks.
Uh-oh.
What's up, Big Hands John?
How long did it take you to ride that? How long did it take you to do 15 miles?
Like an hour and a half.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
But you're in a constant go, right?
Yeah, we didn't slow down at all. I mean,
except for those couple of times that
at the top of a hill for a moment just to have Jay catch up and get mad at me for slowing down. What's up, little Robert Afterbirth? Oh, thanks again for that gift basket. I'm sorry I didn't make yesterday.
Oh, no, you're good, dude.
Danny was a little sore throaty.
Yeah.
They won't bring him around kids.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Think it's not fair. It's not covered by your insurance. You pay out of pocket. I don't bill insurance. It's for jabronis and jobbers. People making money off of COVID. Nope. Never smoking the Ferrari. I don't smoke in the Porsche anymore either. I don't smoke. Smoke group of lips. Yeah, Formula 1 was fucking frustrating. I'm glad Alonso keeps winning. What's up, Ned? Says.
Good morning, Alan Close.
Yep, Snowzuck, you're right. Nope, Night Rider.
That one.
I agree with you, Rascal Coach.
Morning, you floated down one.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show will be an exclusive podcast, only available where you get your podcasting stuff. iHeart, Spotify, Apple, Google Play. Just type in The Bubba Army, and that's where today's after show will be. We might do another one this week, too. It seems like doing two really works out well. We had our goal for March. March was our second all-time highest month. So we did well. As much as getting screwed off of Twitch killed us, we did well on the podcast. Thanks to all. Thanks to all. Tomorrow, the main show, this show right here, will be back on Twitch. And then the after shows, the after show that I do with everybody else will be available on Rumble, Facebook, and YouTube. And that's for tomorrow. Wednesday, I can't tell you what we're going to do. We could maybe go back to Rumble in the morning. We're just like little sluts, if you will. We got 4 people that like us, and 3 of which we can do at the same time. So there you go. Between Rumble, Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube, our morning show, this show, the 4-hour show, will be on one. Well, when we're on Twitch, we're by ourselves, and the after show will be on the other 3. And when we're on the other 3, chances are our after show might be there too. We can't do after shows on Twitch if we want to speak freely like the way we've gotten accustomed to this past week. It was nice not having the... It was really nice. It really changed the show dynamic too.
Sure did.
And it was just... I don't know. It was nice. We're not on Twitch right now, right? It was nice saying, man, let's talk about transitioning a little bit. Now let's be medical about it, and let's be classy about it. We're not, but this is how we feel, and this is our opinion, and not have to worry about some troll, turning us in. But we get turned in on every platform. We get turned in on every day, just because there's a certain amount of people that watch. 96% of the people watch the show because you like it and you want to hear it and this is your favorite show. But there's a percentage of people that like it to try to get us in that gotcha moment. And they'll turn us in and they'll clip it and the whole
99%, dude. Do you think there's more than 15 of those people out there?
No, probably not. So it's
99%.
Yeah, so 90, 98, 99% like us, and the 2% that don't try to make our life a living hell, including get us canceled off our various forums. So we know that. A lot of places stick by us, and sometimes, Twitch lately has gotten a real itchy suspension finger. But it
With
seems,
everyone.
I was getting ready to say, it seems like it's not just us. I just don't understand who the hell. Like, isn't there a Twitter page just about verified people that have gotten
Partners, yeah.
that have gotten suspended or banned or in trouble, so to speak, with Twitch?
Yep.
Don't you
Great
think
business model. Just suspend all your moneymakers.
And that's what they do, and they don't care.
And they have no money now.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't invest. I don't.
Well, they're cutting jobs because they're not making enough money, but then they're going to ban all their top money makers.
Right.
So,
I mean,
Stupid.
hold on. And I mean, we are on the low end of people they've banned that are really influential. Like, 'cause, I mean, like, we think we're pretty special, and we are. We are, within the radio world, the #1 radio show in the world on Twitch. That being said, though, we're small peanuts compared to some of the big ones that they just arbitrarily have suspended or whatever.
The button pushers that make the decisions as far as who to ban don't care.
They don't
at
care.
all.
And it's been somewhat implied that they have their little list of favorites that they allow to do anything, and they have their little list of not so favorites like us that get banned for Helen Keller jokes. So, needless to say, it's not fair on how it's governed at all. It's very selective enforcement. And, hey, we'll go back there from time to time, but we found some new places, and Rumble of which, and we're looking at another one, too. So, sometimes you don't have to try harder or roll your sleeves up and think of new creative ways to distribute your deal when everything's going A-okay and everything's going great. But sometimes you have to be forced to make a change, and that ends up being a good thing.
Yes.
A pain in the ass short term,
Right.
but really, really a good thing long term.
Like every time you've ever dumped a girlfriend.
Right, there you go. Dan goes right to the bitches, of course. Dan, any updates this weekend on Sophia's dating adventure with Cody or whatever the hell his name is?
Well, is
Mophead.
Kel going? She had a regatta this weekend at, like I said, it was right across from that, right by the casino. Those canals.
Yeah, those are. I think there might be water, maybe is that where the aquifer
The
somewhere?
Tampa Waterway?
Yeah, it's the Tampa Waterway.
Right.
It's right
a
across from the
drainage, yeah.
airport.
It's like the drainage.
Right across the street from the Vandenberg Tampa Executive Airport.
Correct.
Right.
It's across the water.
Right.
So that's where we parked there, and they were doing the races up and down that waterway. He was there. He didn't see me. I went there literally 3 times. Sophia made the finals in districts.
Nice.
And then I went
Excellent.
back to see that race, but he was strategically avoiding me, I guess. But they
you
were
spotted
He
him?
was going to come over yesterday, and
To the house?
Yeah, that was this big whodunit, and then he was in a golf tournament with his dad and was unable to get there in time. So I'm like, that's not happening tonight. Meanwhile, Sophia is taking her tests for the restricted driver's license. She had to do that 4-hour
Oh,
awesome.
Dan.
video, and then she's doing the written test. And
You can let her drive the Ferrari?
eventually.
That'd actually be a pretty damn good video.
Yeah.
Of cool dad lets 15-year-old with learner permit drive his, $700,000 Ferrari. We can make that go viral, buddy.
We probably
I'm
could.
just
Especially
saying.
if something happens.
Yeah.
Well, no. I mean,
Crashes Dad's car.
and how on edge you may be, hello, who's this? By the way, her mother is not allowed, who's got a full-blown driver's license,
Right. No,
is
she's
not allowed to drive that.
Not at all.
But the 15-year-old who has zero experience in the roadways just very well might get to. Hello.
Here are the keys.
Well, you have to go with, though.
Yes.
With a learner's permit, you have to be
understand.
in the other seat.
When Jay gets that the manual Porsche, you should teach her how to drive that.
Yes.
Hello.
Bubba.
Yeah.
Unity, what's up?
Who's this?
Unity.
Hi, Unity.
You hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Sorry, I'm doing my little cycle to work here. I got a little hot take on the gun deal. It's probably going to piss some people off, but here it goes.
Well, we're gonna start that discussion right after this phone call. But go ahead.
So, my feeling on it now, I grew up as a hunter. I used to hunt pheasant in Central Illinois growing up. Always was pro-gun. But at this point, I'm pretty much just black-pilled about it. And I think that the Fed should come and round up all the guns.
Well, I don't.
Because
I agree.
Nobody's using them for what they're intended for. They're intended to protect the country from tyranny. Let me ask you this, Blitz. What do you have your guns for?
For fun.
I mean, sir, and oddly enough, that's all he needs. I mean, like, it doesn't really matter what he has his guns for.
We're not using them for what they're intended for.
Well, I mean,
what are they intended for?
Yeah, exactly.
To protect the country from tyranny.
Are they?
Well, I mean, hold on. Right now, Blitz's guns.
Pull up
He
the
hasn't
Second
had any
Amendment here.
opportunity to really protect anything, but so they're for fun. But hold on.
Nobody's using them for what they're intended for.
Can you let me finish, bud?
Yes, sir. Go.
Okay, so you asked Blitz what he used his guns for, and he said fun. Well, yes, he does use them for fun, but they're also for protection, and just happens to be he hadn't had anything that he had to protect yet with it. But needless to say, so what do? You just lay around and let them. No, you take them out and you recreationally shoot them.
Practice.
No, I agree they're for protection, but the protection in the Second Amendment is for the protection against tyranny. And if we ain't got tyranny right now, Donald Trump.
Well, maybe we don't have tyranny because there's protection.
Nothing. Nobody's doing nothing, though. Nobody's protecting the country. Everybody's too scared.
No. Listen, buddy, it's a no-win argument. I'm not going to convince you otherwise. You're not going to convince us otherwise. So,
he's being facetious
I'm not a big
about it.
Democrat. I'm not a big Democrat or anything like that. But at this point, I'm just black-pilled about it, and I don't care because I don't own a gun anymore. I have a one shotgun, and my brother has it in his
hold on.
possession.
Now, but see, I mean, you're making this somewhat of a selfish deal because a lot of your arguments based on, well, I don't care because I don't own a gun anymore. Well, how about the 400 million guns that are owned by, Americans in our country? How about, do you care about those people? Or is it all about you? Is it all about you? Because you don't own a gun anymore, then nobody else should allow to have one.
Well, not necessarily. I'm kind of making a point here. It's not not just about me. What I'm saying is,
well, it is.
Nobody's using
it is kind of. Well, they're.
for.
Hold on, sir. We don't know how many incidents in every weekend or every week within our country where a person that has a gun legally had to draw it, take it out, and defend themselves. We don't. I mean, they don't ever give you those stats because that's pro-gun stats. So we don't know that. We don't know, and you don't know stuff that doesn't get reported. How many times this weekend did a guy pull out his gun when another guy was doing something, maybe trying to break into his house or break into whatever a guy would potentially need to legally pull his gun out for? Those don't get reported. None of those get reported.
I can see the angle because I understand the concept that if you outlaw guns, only outlaws will have guns.
Well, that's one argument. That's one argument. Yeah.
Well, we should also, give back all of our nuclear weapons because we're not using those as they're supposed to be used either. And we should, scrub all the warships and all the fighter planes because they're not being used as they're supposed to be used.
And no chefs can have knives anymore.
No, exactly. So your argument is nonsensical because the threat of tyranny has been a threat for 250 years in the past and for a foreseeable future. And so the threat of tyranny can't be reacted to if there's zero guns. You can't go from zero back up to 300 million. You have to have the guns to prevent
the guy's skydiving. I had to let him
go. He said he's on his bicycle.
Tyranny.
Go ahead, Danny.
And you have to have the guns to make sure that the tyrannical tendencies aren't there. It's the threat. It's the best defense is the threat of a good offense.
The best defense is a good offense. Hello, who's this?
Hey, this is Jim.
Or a good offense is the best defense, and a lot of times owning a gun is not necessarily being on the offensive side of things, but it's being on the defensive side of things.
There's 4 or 5 reasons to own a gun. There's, obviously there's the protect against the threat of tyranny. There's the protect against a foreign invasion. There is the sporting aspect of it. There is the self-defense aspect of it, and then there's a collection aspect of it. Why do people have gold coins from 400 years ago? You can't use them as currency. It's a collectible. Why do you have baseball cards from 50 years ago?
You get a paper cut,
but they're collectible.
How about beer cans?
Yeah. Beer cans,
stamps.
Bubba, I sent you a video that Blitz showed me a couple weeks ago. That
I want to send it right back to me.
It was really helpful, just breaking it down.
Anyway, sir, go ahead. You're on the air.
Hey, I was calling. This is Jim, honest friend that called in before. Hey, Dan, have you been over to Carter Road and Lakeland to ride your bike?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
Oh yeah, you need to come over here. It's a lot different than Bomb. It's a lot of up and downs. Really, little more technical. Some really awesome stuff to ride.
Okay, Carter Road, Lakeland. I'll look it up. Thank you.
Yep, Carter Road Park.
All
By
right,
the
buddy.
way, I don't
Thank
think
you.
this video is clean.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Hello.
It was helpful.
I might be able to dump out.
Yeah. Just so you're ready.
Just be attention. Yes, go ahead, bud.
I'm looking for Dr. Diago. I want to ask him a question.
He's right here.
He's here.
I know.
He's- now-
Hootie told me to call in. Hootie's a friend of mine. He told me to call in.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my God.
And what did he say?
Well, I mean, Hootie said you guys are awesome and you guys are amazing. So he referred me to you guys. I met him recently. He's good people, and he loves you guys. So I just had a couple questions for Dr. Diago if he's available.
What bar did you meet him at?
What bar? Fox and Hounds in Brandon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So you met.
This is Dr. Diago.
It's phenomenal. Great place.
You met Hootie over the weekend at a local water and hole, and you have a little bit of an issue. He told you to call the show and ask for Dr. Dan, nonetheless.
Absolutely. And
All right.
you guys are awesome. I love the show. I hear it all the time. But Hootie gave me some personal advice, and so.
Oh, Jesus.
Long story short, Dr. Diago, how you doing, sir? I have a question for you.
Good morning.
My grandmother, she had some surgery done. She had some eye surgery done. And long story short, the surgery went really bad. And long story short, there was some potential litigation. And I don't want to say names, but I'm going to say names anyways, if that's okay in the air. But
let's not mention any names yet. Let's see what the problem is before we get into the name calling.
Long story short, medical malpractice. The doctor said, "Oh, this apprentice will do great on your eye," and it
what will do great?
Surgery, eye surgery. Went very south, and she still is not able to see out of her eye. Like she was able to see out of her eye before, and then after the surgery, she can't see out of it. So they've done multiple surgeries afterwards. And my mother, which is her mother, so my grandmother, had the surgery, and my mother tried to go through a certain quote-unquote law firm, major law firm in the Tampa Bay area. I won't say names. And they're in cahoots or in bed with someone that was the quote-unquote attorney general at the time, which that attorney general is related to the surgeon, and they wouldn't take the case. So now, with that being said, I know you do a lot of good things, and you help the community out, and you go through litigation and help people out that are whatever. Long story short.
By the way, that's the fourth time you've said that. Just to let you know that, buddy.
Yeah, I apologize.
No problem. Long story
I'm
short.
happy to be on the air with you guys. So.
Us, we as well.
You gotta remember, it's Hootie's friend.
My grandmother, she can't see out of one of her eyes, and so we don't know if there's something we can do. And Doctor, you are the man, and I've heard great things about you. So. Long story short, is there?
Okay. Well, it depends.
Fifth time.
Well, I'm going to try to keep my answer short.
But long story short.
But there's a couple things. First of all, eye cases are tough because, especially in an older person, sometimes eyesight deteriorates. But we'd absolutely love to take a look at the case. Call us, please, at 888-SOS FIRM, FIRM, 888-SOS FIRM. And we'll take a look at the case. I'm sorry to hear that it's happening. It's hard for cosmetic eye surgery to cause blindness, but there could be other surgeries, and I just have to know a little bit more about it. You're obviously not in front of all the medical records. You can't answer all the questions right now. It's not really the appropriate forum. But again, sorry that your mom's dealing with, or your grandmother's dealing with that, and we'd be happy to help, or at least try.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thanks so much for having me on. I appreciate it, and sorry to call for something like this.
Make a long story short, we appreciate you as well, buddy, okay?
Thank you guys.
See you later. Bye now. Thanks. Anna, this is the video that you sent me that might help clarify.
Yeah, but I had a conversation with one of my Aussie friends about gun control and gun laws, and he has, a very different take than mine. But then
he's not a citizen. He has no opinion. There's no validity to his opinion. I love when people with a foreign accent tell me how to run my goddamn country.
Okay. I mean, he lives in the States. He's married to an American woman.
Today, Danny.
Whatever. Just we're having
this is a continuation
spirited...
of Dan's Pushing Water Friday.
We were having a spirited discussion about it, and he brought up some things. And so, I'm the type of person to, I try to see what other people are saying, see if they have good points, and see if it either strengthens my own take or, makes me change my mind, because I'm never married to any thought or idea that I have.
All right, here we go. Here's a
Blitz showed me this after that.
a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free.
So I wanted to go right. I think I missed it, but this says I think what it says is what the Second Amendment really says.
Yeah, it's a very short video.
So what does the Second Amendment actually say? A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's it. Not a lot of words, just very specific ones.
It means that the states have the right to have a well-regulated militia. And a 20-year-old kid carrying an assault weapon on the streets of downtown America has absolutely nothing to do with a well-regulated militia.
Well, no. Read the words. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. Sure, you need an...
Justin Kuntz, $22.03 for the people, by the people, for whatever that means. Thank you, Justin Kuntz. PayPal, Cash App, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army.
Organized military force to defend your country, but the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. This is the people, in contrast with the militia. It doesn't say the right of the militia to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It says the right of the people. Now, why the word people? Because the people who wrote this had just fought a war for 2 years against a tyrannical state militia. They knew the time might come when they'd have to do that again. So they made the possession of weapons a right that the militia could never take away.
You ready to
Now,
pot it
gun
down?
control advocates say the phrasing is clumsy, and the comma separating the state from the people is just a pause to get your breath. Strange, they can't seem to point out any other places where those hack framers fuck.
Yeah. So.
And that's from like
60 minutes
2004, I think.
He was way ahead of the times.
Well, it's always been an
It was one of
issue.
the best shows ever on TV.
Where Blitz does the advantage of a guy that would want to be permitted, that's kind of the question I want to ask you. And the fact that does it make sense for a guy like me and Dan and you or whoever else has a concealed weapons permit? Does it now make sense in Florida to continue that, or is that now something that's just overkill and not needed?
Well, I think one thing that's a benefit of the permit is that you don't have a cool-off period when you try to purchase a firearm.
All right. Well, let me ask. I asked Blitz.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I asked Blitz.
Are there any other benefits?
No, I'm asking you in a question.
Right.
Where if with this new law, does it make any sense for me to go out and renew my is it CWP?
Yeah.
Well, I mean my gun
Concealed weapons permit.
Yeah, like my CWP that expires like every 3 or 4 years, and it's like
10, I believe, 7 or 10.
Okay,
But yeah.
and it's like $195 or something like that. And it's really just a renewal process. Once you do the hard work and get your first one,
right,
then it's just a renewal. Now, that, up until this law was passed, gave me the right, you the right, and whomever the right, to, one, be able to go to a gun store and purchase a gun immediately, get it then.
Yep.
Two, for us to carry our guns in a lot of, almost, with the exception of like government meetings, schools, sporting events, alcohol establishments, but it allowed us to, like when we went to the fair, you were allowed to carry your gun. I could have carried mine too had I wanted to, or had something to carry it in. What changes now, Johnny P. Citizen, who doesn't have this gun permit, and me? Like, does it make sense now for me to even care about renewing that? Because it's, I don't need it.
I mean, the only advantage that I know of is that you can get it without a waiting period.
All right. So the only advantage would be that if I wanted to go to Shoot Straight today and buy a new gun, because I am permitted, so to speak, then they let me have it then.
Correct.
Because I've jumped to those. Otherwise, I have, a 3-day cooling off period or something?
Probably 5.
5 days. Is that really the only? And I think I was reading that the only other advantage is if you're traveling to a state like Georgia or, other states.
With reciprocity.
That has the similar laws to what Florida has, that your permit is valid there as well.
Correct. As long as the both states have reciprocity.
Right.
So I think you broke it down pretty well, Bubba. But here's the one point that you didn't think about. Let's say that we fast forward 7 years from now, and we've had this constitutional carry law. It's been in Florida. And all the guys that had concealed weapons permits let them expire. And then they changed the law. Now you have literally 6 million people trying to get a concealed weapons permit the same month. And it'll take a year or two for it to get
So
processed.
are you going to keep yours valid?
Yeah, for 2 reasons. For 3 reasons. The 3 reasons we just highlighted. Number 1, I'm not going to have to wait in a gun shop. Number 2, if I'm in Georgia or Alabama or another state that has reciprocity, I'm not saying those states do, but if I'm in a reciprocity state, I got my concealed weapons permit. And the third and most important reason is when the Democratic governor comes in 5 or 7 years and removes the law because the pendulum swings both ways, I'm going to still have my concealed weapons permit.
Correct, and I just recently renewed mine, and I will continue to. But.
For those reasons.
Yeah.
So, and I will too. But this new law is, with the exception of being able to go buy one immediately, like, go to Shoot Straight, Shooting Sports, whatever the hell it's called, wherever you buy your guns. Or better yet, go to Nick's place, go to Nick the gun guy's place, and you see this nice little, this nice little 9mm that you'd like to have. Well, if you have a permit, they ring you up and you take it home. Under this new law, you're going to have to wait 3 to 5 days to get it. But nonetheless, you're going to get it. And then once you get it, even unpermitted, it looks like you can carry it around on your hip. Looks like you can carry it around in your glove box. Looks like you can carry it around. Now, it's this new law that will be law in Florida does not. It's still concealed carry, is it not?
Correct.
So you can't be like Arizona, because in Arizona and other states, Texas I think might be. Yeah. You can literally, walk in with a holster like a cowboy.
Yeah.
You can literally have the gun outside.
So which do you prefer, Blitz, that or concealed?
Oh, I wish we had open carry. I would still conceal carry.
Hello.
And by the way, this.
Hold on a second. Hold on, Blitz. Hold on 1 second. Go ahead, Blitz.
This law, this change in the law of constitutional carry will now put us in line with 25 other states that do the same thing.
So it's not that crazy.
No.
In fact, it's
Indiana
Indiana
just passed the same law. Hello.
Yeah, there's 25 other states that have the same law.
Hey.
Yes.
Hey, this is Dave from Macon. I've been listening to y'all for quite a while. I love y'all's show. It's about the second time I've called in the last few years. But anyway, what I wanted to bring up about the carry license is there is one other advantage that y'all may not have mentioned, and that's the fact that I know here in Georgia, if you have a carry license, you can carry that weapon in 39 other states.
Yeah, reciprocity. We just said that. But I agree.
Oh, okay.
That's good. I appreciate you listening, buddy.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. So this law will go into effect, and it will be now a open concealed to carry state, and that means if you're, I'm assuming the law.
Well, it's not open.
Well, I mean, it's not open, but I mean, it's concealed. It's open to it's meaning anybody can do it over the age of 21, as long as you're not. I mean, I'm sure there's the restrictions of being a felon. Right? You have to be in good standing nonetheless.
Bubba, what do you value more, liberty or safety?
Liberty, by all means.
Okay, interesting. Because I've talked to a lot of people about this, and again, I always try to wade through it, hear both sides, but it seems like, sometimes those things hang together. Places that are freer are often safer, but sometimes they're not. And I think that a lot of the times especially the left thinks that if we were to eradicate guns, which is obviously just a thought experiment, it could never be done in this country, but if we could do that, it would be safer. But then obviously we would have less freedom. So I think that it typically hangs where if you value liberty more, you tend to hang to the right. And if you value safety more, you hang to the left.
The measure
I think if you're a guy, you value freedom more, and I think women value safety more.
The measure does away with the background checks, training, and fees for concealed weapons license. The Department of Agriculture has issued more than 2.6 million concealed weapons license. So, again...
So that's what I'm saying, Bubba. So if everyone lets theirs expire and then a Democratic House and governor come in and decide to change the rules back to the old rules, then you're going to be, in line with another 2 million people trying to get that concealed weapons permit back.
And here's the other thing. I don't know if you get pulled over if you having a CWP shows up on your driver's license. I don't know if it does or not. I don't know. I know what motorcycle endorsement does. I know that if you're supposed to drive with glasses, it does. But that's about driving. I don't know if a CWP
Well, they're both state-issued licenses, and they probably, I would hope that they would, so that the police officer has an idea of whether or not to ask.
That's what I'm saying. Now the police officer has to assume that
everyone's got one.
Everybody's got a gun,
right?
Because they can have one.
They often ask.
And I think that, in my opinion, listen, I'm not going to argue this law or not, but I think that an officer that rolls up into a car that knows the guy has a CWP might be a little bit more appreciative that person has jumped through a few hoops, especially if the person discloses that he has a gun. And then a cop that now everybody he pulls over, he has to automatically assume has a gun. Everybody's got a gun.
Well, you can legally have a gun in your car without a CWP, as long as it's encased,
not
securely
readily
encased.
not handily accessible. But the problem is, Bubba, that most people with a CWP aren't bad people. They're not in trouble. They haven't gotten in trouble.
They're really good
people. They were able
people.
to get the CWP. And so if I was a policeman and I saw someone had a CWP, I would be more relaxed.
I would
than
too.
The average person without knowing anything about them, because they've been scrutinized. They're responsible. They're not a felon. They've a couple.
I feel that way too.
Boxes have been checked off. You're like, okay, this guy is probably a reasonable guy. He may be weird. He may be weird about his rights. He doesn't want to talk to anyone. He's just going to hand me his driver's license through an envelope, but. He didn't just rob a bank.
Hello.
Yeah, speaking of self-defense, can I defend myself against Babyface? I'm the guy that called last week, and he called right after me, and he, of all people, called me a snowflake because I'm not tolerant enough to sit and listen to him when he's on the air.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's between
Dan's
you.
favorite caller.
That's between you and Babyface, my friend.
You're from Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania guy.
He'll be on again soon, and I hope you're the first caller on the line when he calls.
Can I just give you my final straw with him, because I never could stand him, but you guys here's where he loses credibility and you lose some. You have him on as a sports guy. He once said Brett Favre was too stupid to play in today's NFL.
Yeah.
Brett Favre could play in the 1800s, the 1900s. He can play in the future. There's no way in
Brett
hell.
Brett Favre was never noted to be, like, for instance, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers. Those are smart guys. Those are guys that really know the game. Brett Favre was never, ever, ever described as that. Brett Favre was described as grit and a gunslinger, and he found a way to win. So,
he didn't even know what nickel defense was, remember?
Babyface could be a little bit right, and the fact that this as complex as some of the defensive schemes have gotten, Brett Favre would have figured it out on the field after he threw a couple picks. But, I mean, he had grit, and he was a gunslinger.
He was talented, too.
And he had a lot of talent.
Can I say one more thing about the NFL? Because you guys are all in Tampa and you go to Bucks games. The NFL, they could care less about the fans that go to the stadiums. They have a new rule now. They're going to do flex scheduling for Thursday nights.
Yep.
So I'm a Packer fan here in Pennsylvania. If I want to book a flight for a December game, get a hotel, a week before the game, they could say, oh, that game's not on Sunday anymore. It's now on Thursday. The NFL is despicable. They're all about TV ratings and money.
Hey, you're not going to hold on. You're not going to hear us argue that, my friend.
Right.
I mean, they have marketed brilliantly to cover. I mean, to have every network in their back pocket, and with that gives them arrogant power where they can do things like that. You and I. Listen, none of us think that the NFL. We're not going to stick up for their.
It's the same with baseball. I mean, it's mostly sports now, anyhow. But it's baseball. Baseball doesn't need fans in the seats to make money.
So anyway, buddy, appreciate your call. More importantly, I don't disagree with you one bit. I agree with you.
Yeah, I just want to make a long story short.
Thanks. Lummy,
Yes.
today you and Rhett and Blitz, we've got to find We got the big flies mean. I've always been told that big flies mean death.
Well, there's some bodies around here somewhere.
Yeah, so like over the weekend during Duckgate, I've been in the building quite a bit, and your guys' area has flies, death flies.
Oh, they're huge.
Yeah,
they attack you.
I looked in the ceiling Friday. I couldn't find anything. I know Big Red did. I don't know if he found anything or not.
You
But
He did
smell
not.
anything?
He did not.
Smell
I
anything?
think
no, not really.
no, but there's something
Something's
dead.
cooking.
It's definitely in the ceiling because they're in many rooms with doors closed, and they're in those rooms too.
And what rooms are they in mostly?
Server room, this room, and the old studio. That's the mainly. They're in other parts of the building, but these three mainly.
So server, like those three back to back to back.
Mm-hmm.
Lummy, you're the tall guy. We need to turn all the lights on, have you pop your head up there. Do you have the weakest stomach, though?
I did that.
Yeah.
I did that Friday.
Yeah,
I was up in the
say,
ceiling.
Blitz went up there.
So and Big Red did too. On Saturday.
We've got to find them. They're really getting in the way.
Yo, tell me about
I mean, I see you over there flying
Swatting
them off.
away.
They're literally, I'm not kidding, there's hundreds of them in here.
Oh my
Like there's
God.
like 10 on the screen right now.
And they're big.
Yeah,
And
there's-
they like
Really?
attack you. They like
Yeah.
come at
Do
you.
I need to hire an exterminator? I mean, like what? no, like honest to God. Like,
No, you said that and Rhett said, yes.
Like, I mean, do we need to hire somebody? I mean,
Can we have Rhett just fill up the thingy and pump it and spray everything?
Well, if it's dead,
Can we
we
have
gotta
Rhett
find the dead. We gotta
throw
find
up
the
the
dead
thingy?
source.
Hold on. Can we have Rhett throw up the thingy, pump everything, and spray it?
Yeah, fill up the little canister with the insecticide and run through the house and spray everything.
I think the thing is dead, Doctor. We gotta find it.
Yeah, Dan,
Yeah,
we're
there's
not
something
trying
dead somewhere.
Like we're not trying to catch it or kill it. It's dead, and we got to find it.
Do you smell it?
No, there is no smell yet.
And the last one that died, it smelled horrible.
Yeah, you would
that's
smell it
odd.
first, but now it's like starting on Friday when I came in the morning, there was like, I don't know, 4 or 5. By the time we left, there was like, I don't know, 10, 12, 15, and now there's hundreds.
Should we get a couple of those, those things that you do in your room where you hit them and then you leave for
Like a fogger?
Yeah. Should we do have
Maybe. I'm actually looking at it right now. I want to make sure that it's okay for the equipment to have
Well, what
all
I
that
was saying
fogging
is,
stuff
what I
around.
was saying is, get like maybe some Visqueen or something like that, and cover over. Well, first of all, take as much of the equipment as you can out, and then cover like your board area and stuff like that, and or move some of the equipment to the other room that you're not fogging, and we fog each room individually. And we can use the other room. We can use the room we're not fogging as a holding stuff of the equipment. Now, what I'd be most afraid to fog would be the server room. That would be what I would be most afraid to fog.
Yeah,
I think we could cover your room up pretty good with cloth or.
I know, but it's fog, so that's the only thing I'd be worried about. And like the streaming computers in here, BAR's in here, the audio thing is in here.
I mean, we couldn't wrap them up real nice, I mean, somehow wrap them up real nice.
Probably.
And fog that, or get a hire. I mean, maybe it cost me a couple $100, but hire an exterminator. We've set rat traps and we've put bait stations out, and I think we've done everything we can. But I mean, maybe it's time that we hire an exterminator.
Yeah, I put a trap for the flies on Friday, but someone
laughing
came in.
Are they laughing at your trap?
Is it like this?
Big Red came in early Saturday and turned the lights on and left them, so they didn't go over to the trap.
Well,
but so far this morning, I've caught like probably 20.
Oh my God!
Welcome
Disgusting.
to the BRN.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
Oh yeah, you guys have fun with the flies.
No, man. Said he was gonna have one. He worked all over.
Nick the gun guy. Good morning. Damn, everyone's fucking dying from these goddamn tornadoes. There was some in Indiana, booby.
I know, I saw that.
Illinois, Mississippi, Arkansas. What's up, Danny Salvatore? Nick the Gun Guy. Good morning. People like your shirt.
Thank you, babe.
I don't think there's a Kevin's Law this week. Matt Arroyo's coming in on Friday with his fighter. They're going to be in a UFC fight on the 15th, which is exciting.
What time is he coming in?
9:15 on Friday. Him and Billy Q, his fighter. Farva.
That they just gave us.
It's my sniz.
I mean, this is.
That's what I said. That's what I said. They literally just sent it to me. That's exactly my thoughts on it.
Lummy, I don't know how they could expect us to really get a big fucking yippee-yo going with 4-day fucking notice.
Oh, I don't know about that.
They apologized, but they were hoping for this one.
Well, yeah, I'll do
Skizooter,
that again.
good
But I mean, if
morning.
it was 3 weeks from now where we could really
Right.
get some fucking momentum, I mean, you need to emphasize to them that yes, I'll do this. But two, you're giving me 4 days.
Yeah.
And most people have their weekends planned a couple weekends in advance.
Oh, I know.
Most people do.
Yeah. They're Friday nights.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're going to be there.
Yes.
So do you have this information?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'll start promoting it.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Send it to
One, I
us, you
can't.
can post it
One,
on
I
the
can't
site.
mandate that this be a mandatory event for all of us because I don't know who can make it or not.
Yeah.
It's Friday,
Friday
Yeah.
night. This Friday night.
7 p.m.
I'm ready.
What's Friday?
6.
So you Tarpon's game.
I can't. I'm gonna be out of town.
He's gonna be out of town.
Good morning, Rudy.
I mean, I'll be there.
Good job, Farva.
Good morning, Duck God. Yeah, what'd you think of the flies?
Disgusting.
It's bad, 100.
Yeah, that's bad.
I feel like I'm in another country.
I wouldn't be able to sit in that room. You should make an honest sit in there for a segment.
Why?
Because you'll go crazy. It'd be like.
Do I need more of that?
Hold on. You remember how it was Friday, right? It's way.
All right, I'll check it out next week.
There's no way you tolerate
Walk
it.
over here. Come here.
It was gross to me.
Can we spray something?
Yeah, you can probably spray something and kill what's in there right now.
They're on the window.
They're everywhere.
I have to like cover my drink.
Oh my god.
Well, won't you
Put
spray
blood
something?
on the
Lex?
door because they're gonna kill your firstborn son. The plagues in this
Can we
bitch.
spray something? Can
Expect
we
some frogs and some locusts next.
Hello?
Spray? You have anything?
We can put. I mean, the only thing
They're
we can really
fucking
do is maybe fog it
big.
later.
It's vile.
It's weird that there's no smell though.
Hmm?
Isn't it weird that there's no
Yes,
smell?
no problem.
You usually smell a dead body. What could attract flies other than a dead body?
Water, food.
Bubba, have you been up here lately in that closet thing? Have you looked up there at all? I'm wondering if they're there.
But why doesn't it smell?
You mean storage area?
Yeah.
That's cool you
Dirty
buying.
drains, fermented liquids, rotting
I will cut the skin out. SM
Manure.
Weber 1. SM Weber
animal
1.
carcasses and manure. Bubba, have you been shitting in the vents? Rotting fruits and vegetables, sweet and fermented liquids, exposed garbage cans, dirty drains, other floor.
They said just vacuum them out of the air.
Vacuum them out?
Star Trek guys, like just hold the vacuum up and.
Yes, Bubba?
Will you go upstairs instead of going right to go to the Clemson Club out and make a left?
Yeah, that little storage.
And just don't fall through the fucking.
Don't pull Creeds and Travis.
Realize
The
that.
big red.
He fell through a ceiling?
No, but just realize where the ceiling stops.
That's why we
well.
call him Paper
Do a little
Tiger. He
look-
like
do a
busted
little
his
look
ankle.
around there if you could.
Yep, we'll
Yeah,
do.
but he didn't fall through a ceiling, he fell down the stairs.
Oh.
Break his ankle. Sprained his ankle.
It could be P-traps without water.
Well,
Make sure all the sinks, all the sinks run water through all the sinks and toilets. Make
Yeah,
sure every
dirty
sink has,
drains.
because if the P-trap doesn't have active, water in it, then stuff comes up from the sewer.
Yeah, but I feel like you'd
All
smell
the
that.
drains need the water through them.
Yeah, that's why we do that shower.
And this drain, these they all need water.
Yeah, it's in Tampa. Duct God. What's up, Iggy? Good morning from earlier. Creatine, Big Red.
Maybe it's not Big East 7375.
Big Hands is supposed to get my, not Big Hands. Big John. No, not Big Hands, John Houston.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, as you know, I'll do anything for the Tampa Tarpons. I love them, but I'm not real happy with them on the super short space of the promotion.
Yeah.
And I don't know if, do you have it? I mean, are you forward enough to be able to tell them that this makes it somewhat difficult, or do you just sit there and take it?
No, I've communicated that to the GM. They totally understand.
This Friday is the Tampa Tarpons. Is it their opener?
It is their opener.
Right. And now we killed it with the Tampa Tarpons the night I was supposed to throw out the first pitch and all that, and we just absolutely killed it. And I think that's why they want us to come back. But they are coming back with a promotion that's this Friday. So I haven't had an extreme amount of time to be able to gather up the Bubba Army. And a lot of people have plans, 2-3 weekends in ahead, people with lives and children and stuff.
Yes.
Such as U.S. Americans. But Friday, April 7th, the Tampa Tarpons season opener. Party starts at 6 o'clock. For $40, they have an area which is kind of like off of the first baseline.
It's going to be. I just sent you a link with where we can post also that it takes you right to that area. It's going to be on the third base side.
Oh, it's on the third. So they
the area is
changed
a little
it.
bit bigger. Yeah.
All right. And we probably need to put this on our Facebook, our YouTube. I'm sorry, our Facebook, our Instagram, and our TikTok.
Yes.
All the other places we can put out. So we're going to be here.
That's the club, yeah. And then all the rest of the seats in front are $8. And
Here?
yeah.
So-
No, like all the sections in front, 120, 119, 117.
All right,
all
those
that.
so those are $8.
And they're doing $3 beer night too.
Right. So if you go and get one of these sections here, it's $8 with $3 beers.
Yes.
But if you happen to go into this club, which is where you're going to be, I think Blitz is going to go. I don't know. I think he said he might go.
I'll be there, yeah.
I'm going to try to make it.
I'll be there.
The Merch Crick. I'm going to try my hardest to be here. Now that's $40, and that's all you can eat and drink.
Correct.
All right. So
pretty good deal.
Kind of like the way we had it last time,
Yeah,
but
it's-
in this area.
Yeah, it's going to be the exact same way, but we're going to obviously have access to be able to watch the game. Because
Instead
that
of being
whole
like
area is like open. They have like, but it's AC too.
Right.
They have like garage doors that they open up. So
I am a little spoiled because the Diacos have fifth row and 108. That's where for preseason, I think that's
Spring
where
training.
Spring training.
We don't have all that food though.
No, you don't. But they're one hell of a seat. They're nice seats.
They were nice.
That's
seats.
from Daddy Joe, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a Daddy Joe tradition. So anyway, we do have. So let me. What's a guy do? He clicks on this right here.
clicks on the link, yeah, and then you just
And then you say how many you need.
Yep.
Right.
And add to cart.
And then you add to cart, and then you're buying them.
And then if you don't click the link, if you just go on their website, use promo code Bubba23.
All right. So if you now, what's that promo code do for you?
It
That puts
sends
you.
you
That
to-
puts you in our area.
Correct.
All right. So if you just go to tampatarpons.com, go to the promo code area, type in Bubba23.
Yes.
BUBBA 23, and that will then take you to our little box area that we're having, and it's $40. That includes a game ticket, and then all you really that's not too bad.
No, it's a good deal.
I mean, that's for for $32, you're getting able to drink and eat. Well, I mean,
Well, the food that we had last time was delicious.
as you know, you
but stop eating.
smashed it.
Yeah.
Said
it's
you were
gonna be pretty
uncomfortably
much the same
full.
stuff.
Same stuff.
Same stuff, and it's
Perfect.
a little bit bigger than the home.
Did
plate
they
club.
offer any of us to throw out the first pitch?
They asked if you might, if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, did they ask or is it?
Well, we've talked about it before.
Who's
and
throwing out the first pitch?
right now? Nobody is.
Bubba.
Oh. Well, needless to say, Lummy, we'll continue to promote this all week.
Okay.
And
How's your shoulder? Can you throw a pitch right now?
I don't even know. Look like Baba Booey when I throw it.
How many feet is it from the pitching mound to the home plate?
60 feet, 6 inches.
6'6". But they don't. A lot of times when you're throwing a first pitch, they'll let you kind of stand on the like
halfway mound.
Yeah, like right where the
Girls'
grass
tees.
where the grass meets the dirt. Like they'll let you stand like right there. They don't make you go back on the mound.
No.
But I did. The few times I've done it for the Rays, I went to the mound, and Evan Longoria was my catcher because he was my buddy. Did you see Did you see who he's playing for now?
No, who?
Arizona.
Oh, really?
Signed a 1-year, $4 million deal.
I thought he was going to hang it up, but
with I mean, if a team wants to pay you $4
exactly.
mil, right?
I don't blame him.
Why not?
Yeah. So I actually researched him last night, and then I saw that Tyler Glasgow, and the reason why I'm keep up on him is because Dan's former Botox girl is like I think either engaged to him or dating him. Is she not, Dan?
She was. He probably dumped him when he left.
When he left.
When he left.
Is he still here?
Yeah, he's still.
Oh, I thought he left.
Yeah, he's still here.
Okay.
and he was doing super good. He was doing super good. He was returning.
bitterness.
He was returning from Tommy John surgery, and this is supposed to be his comeback year.
Yeah.
And during just when he was pitching to batters early on like February 28th, he pulled an oblique muscle.
Yeah, he's on the 15 DO.
So
15-day.
they expect him back in the next week or so. He's a beast. He's like 6'8".
Oh yeah, he's good.
Yeah.
He's only he's 29 now, but still.
Rays are 3-0 right now.
Yeah, they're rocking.
They are rocking.
They
Are they
killed
not?
the Tigers, and they're going to come up to Washington and probably sweep them.
Really?
Yeah, the Nationals aren't that good this year.
The Rays looking good. I mean, like
Oh,
I
yeah.
saw Franco looked good. I watched a little bit of the game yesterday, and Franco, looked like his wheels are doing pretty well. Looks like their pitching is really what's unbelievable.
Yeah, and the thing that's kind of annoying is the pitcher, I think it was Springs yesterday, had a no-hitter going into 6, and they pulled him with a no-hitter.
What?
Because he had his pitch count of 83. I can't stand that. Yeah.
All these analytics.
Yep.
And what were they up when they pulled him? What were they up by?
5-0.
How do you pull a guy that's got a no hitter going on
And a big enough lead.
Are they like? Is their philosophy? Well, okay. Each guy now has seen him 2-3 times, and they're going to start hitting him.
No, he was at his pitch count. He reached his pitch count, so they pulled him.
Does each guy have a designated pitch count?
Yeah.
Designated by whom?
The coach and pretty much.
Yeah, but wouldn't you throw that data out the window
You would think.
if the guy's on fire?
You would think, but
you had
they
a
don't.
basketball player that is the sixth man off the bench, right?
Yes.
And he goes out there and he kills it.
Bench him.
No, he's usually not starting, right? And he averages about 9 a game, Lummy.
Mm-hmm.
But he goes out there, he doesn't start, but the point guard's not doing so swell. So you throw in the second guy, and he's got 20 by halftime. Do you come out in the second half and start the starter, or do you throw the guy with a hot hand in there?
You would think. He had 12 Ks in 6 innings, and they yanked him.
Did they get any booing on the deal?
Of course. A lot of fans can't stand that. And Kevin Cash did it last year too to one of our pitchers.
Well, he also did infamously with Shell or Snell during the World Series, did he not?
Yes, he did. Again, another.
And a lot of people are blaming that for the fact that we lost the World Series.
That is correct.
Wasn't that Game 6 though?
Game 5.
Game 5, yeah. I mean, it was a must-win for us because we were down 3-1, weren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, I just don't like. I mean, you have 12 Ks, you have 1 walk, and you haven't given up a hit, and you yank them after 6. I just don't like that baseball at all.
Where I spent 4 or 5 years of my life, the Wabash Valley area of Indiana, which is like Terre Haute, Farmersburg, Danville, Illinois. It's right there on the Indiana-Illinois state line. Just
how far from where you lived?
Oh, this is where I lived.
Okay.
This is exactly where I lived. And they said, how many on 27 people? Tornadoes killed at least 27 people as they touched down across the Midwest and the South this particular weekend. Confirmed are suspected tornadoes in 11 states, destroyed homes and businesses, splintered trees, and blah, 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 blah. So this happened, actually, I think this newscast right here, or this aerial, is from Terre Haute, Indiana, I think. I think this is Terre Haute, Indiana.
That's so scary.
And I mean, that's insurvivable. I mean, If you're in this house right here, or this house right here, or this house right here, or basically any of these houses in this particular block, and you're huddled, you're locked down, hunkered down, I mean, you could see where it could literally take you away and kill you.
Mm-hmm. Sad.
That looks like an airport there. That is. That's home.
Yeah, it's an airport.
That's actually Holman Field. I lived right across the street from this area, right here.
Is there still basements and stuff, or?
Yeah, that big place would have a basement.
So you're safe in the basement, though, right?
Yeah, like you won't usually die in a basement because everything on top of you gets blown away, and you're down there in your little corner, huddled up, Willie. So most people in the tornado situations live if you have a basement. But if you don't have a basement and they tell you to go to the bathroom and the entire place gets completely knocked off its foundation and taken and, thrown 400 feet away, I don't know how survivable that is, nonetheless.
No, it doesn't sound good.
Donald Trump, that's the big story going on. He is supposedly supposed to turn himself in tomorrow in Manhattan. I've been watching it a little bit over the weekend. They're saying it's going to go from, they probably will not handcuff him. They will probably just take his mugshot, fingerprint him, hold him for 5 to 10 minutes while they run the fingerprints through Albany and things, and then he'll appear in front of a judge. It may or may not be open to the public. And I also was seeing where New York is a state that doesn't necessarily publicly release mugshots. Some states do, some states don't. So his mugshot may or may not be for public circulation.
What do you think how that's gonna play out, Bubba?
I don't know.
Guarantee we see a mugshot.
I did watch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I did watch. I watched this weekend. On Friday, I had some time. I didn't go to the track until I left here at 6 on Saturday morning. So I Friday night I pretty much watched a lot of TV. Some which I wrote some notes down that I wanted to talk about the things that I saw on TV. I got kind of into since I'm a member of Fox Nation, Lummy, I kind of got into a whole big cops deal.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
How is it now, the new ones?
Not very good.
Oh, really?
No.
I was hoping they'd be
You don't
good.
see anything good. You know what you see? You see cops messing with black guys. That's what you see.
Really? That's it?
Yeah, a cop rolls up. Do you mind I pulled you over? No, because your window tint's too dark. And I turn around to Eric. I go, really, man? Come on. And then, of course, the black guy ain't got a driver's license.
If you're a criminal.
And then the two black guys, they get everybody out, and the two black guys in the back both got a little weed on them. And then, of course, they found a little residue of meth, a little meth deal. No, but I was just like,
Well, so they're doing good. They're getting criminals off the streets. They probably didn't have car insurance.
One guy was walking down the streets. He's 20 years old. He's walking down the street. This dude had beat him up, and so he was bloodied. He was bloody. He had like a cracked open, crack of his eye had been hit, and it was bleeding. He couldn't get it to stop. He's 20 years old, and he's walking down the street all by himself, and he's about a half a mile from home. So cop pulls him over because he's walking on the street, and it looks like he's intoxicated, and he is. He is intoxicated. So the cop walks up and says, "Hey, Jim, where are you coming from?" "Well, this one guy just hit me in the head." "Where's he at? Where's that guy at?" "Well, he's down the road a little bit. I don't know where." Well, the cop says, "Well, I didn't see him, but I got you." And the guy goes, "Listen, I don't want to press no charges. The guy hit me first, and I hit him back. I was only defending myself. I don't want to press no charges. I just want to go home." And the cop's like, "What, do you got an ID?" Well, of course the guy doesn't have an ID. And it ends up being a big rigmarole. So they bring out this digital fingerprinting machine. It's like the size of your cell phone. And they have the guy lay his fingers on this machine. Next thing you know, comes back. Guy's got a warrant out of, 2 counties away. And he's getting low. I'm like, man, the kid was almost a half a mile from home. He wasn't causing no trouble. He wasn't driving. He was just trying to make it home. He had a few beers. He was publicly intoxicated, like he was drunk.
And he had a warrant.
But I'm just like, man, we're just messing with everybody.
Bubba's like, that's okay. He had a warrant. He did nothing wrong. He was publicly drunk. The guy had driving a car, no license. His friends had drugs in the back. Like, well, they weren't doing nothing wrong.
I mean, I was just like, no, this guy didn't have any drugs.
No,
He
but
didn't have-
the first guy you said.
Yeah, I mean, those guys might have been a good stop, but I'm just like, then there's this other dude. He's pulling his. It's midnight and he's in the middle of the country.
He only murdered 4 people.
This other dude, he's walking down this country road with a fan, like a fan an oscillating fan.
Okay.
With a backpack. Cop pulls him over. It's in the middle of nowhere. Cop pulls him over.
walking?
He's walking, and it's like 2:30 in the morning, and he's walking. And a guy pulls him over. He's like, "Oh, Fred, I've pulled you over before. What are you doing now?" And Fred's like, "Listen, I swear to God, I ain't doing nothing."
Mm-hmm.
And the cop's like, "Yeah, Fred, you still hopped up on the crystal meth?" "Nope, I'm clean. I've been good." "Well, where are you going, Fred?" "I'm going to my cousin's, and she lives at that house right there." And the guy's almost like literally from here to the goats.
Oh, you just don't like when people almost make it. That's what it is.
The guy's literally from here to the goats. And he goes, "Listen, you can even go knock on that door, and my sister will open up and tell you that that's where I'm coming from. That's where I'm going to. I've been walking 2 miles from my house to her house. That's why I got my fan, because tonight I'm spending the night over there because my parents and I got in a little bit of an argument. So I took my fan, some bedding, and I got this backpack. And my sister lives right there, officer. If you'd like to go."
Sorry.
We have a cough mic.
He was using it.
I didn't get to it fast enough. Just out of nowhere, I just took a breath and started coughing. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. One of those flies.
Not used to pure oxygen.
Flies.
Swallowed a fly.
Can you look into a badass Bubba Army friendly exterminating place?
I will check.
And so the guy literally says, "Officer, if you want to, put me in handcuffs and put me on the side of the road and drive down to that house right there, you can knock on my sister's door and she will vouch for the fact that that's where I'm coming. It's not a wonder she hasn't already come out and because she gets all the ruckus because the guy's got the lights on and everything." And the guy goes, "Well, let's just look inside your bag." So the guy said, "Okay, I got no problem. I ain't doing no more drugs. I'm good." And he opens up the bag, and there's like his video game, and there's like a pack of cigarettes, and there's like a couple Mountain Dews, and everything looks legitimate. But there's this one little purple bag that's way in the back.
Oh.
And the cop goes, "Well, how about that purple bag?" And the guy goes, "Man, come on, I'm just trying,
Okay.
Well, he opens up the purple bag. There's 3 joints and a needle and a spoon.
Oh, he was doing nothing wrong.
And a spoon.
He was going to his sister's.
And I was just like,
to shoot up.
Whatever happened to the cops, man?
What happened, Bubba? So was there any of these, Bubba, that the guy did nothing wrong?
Yeah, there was this one. There was this one from Indiana.
Okay.
And this guy, he's like 45. He still lives with his mom and dad, but his dad's always yelling at him about getting out of the house. So he gets mad. His dad gets mad and knocks a lamp over and cutting a promo on this guy. And he tells the guy, now the guy's on house arrest, and he tells the guy, "I swear to God, I'm calling the cops on you because I just can't take you anymore. I'm kicking you out. Get out of here." And so the guy starts running. Well, when the cops pull up, and the guy's done nothing wrong. He's done nothing wrong other than piss his dad off, and his dad told him to leave because he was calling the cops.
Who's on house arrest, the dad or the son?
The son.
Okay.
So but the dad says, "I'm calling the cops. You need to get the hell out of here. So I'm tired of you. I'm kicking you out." So the guy didn't know what he's supposed to do. So
not leave.
Well, but he doesn't know that. So the cops roll up and they see this guy running across the field. Well, what's the first thing cops are going to do when they see a guy running?
Tackle him.
Yeah, they're like instinctually they just think that well, the guy really wasn't doing anything wrong except running in front of cops, which I don't know is cool. Now, they hadn't at this point even told him, stop. But they get out of their car. They pull up to Grandpa's house, and they see this guy run out the back, and because he's afraid. He's afraid that now my dad has now called the cops, and they're here, and my dad's told me to leave. And so he runs out the back. Listen, most people with ankle bracelets don't make the right decisions, okay? let's just go ahead and can we at least, I know we might all argue on various things, but I think we can all agree that if you've been issued an ankle monitor, you probably don't make good choices.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
So the guy, he's probably half R anyway. Listen, a guy that's 45 living with his mom and dad in rural Indiana.
On house arrest.
On house arrest probably isn't, the guy that's working shoulder to shoulder to J.D. Occo.
Right.
So the cops pull in, and they automatically see Jimmy running out the back. Jimmy jumps over the fence and starts running into the neighborhood. Well,
and they probably know who he is, so they probably know he's on house arrest.
So man, you're not going to outrun the cops. So he's hiding underneath this porch, and they find him. And of course, they wrestle him out from under the porch, and he's like, "What did I do? What did I do?" And they're like, "Well, we don't know yet, but we don't know yet. But
you did something.
But your dad is saying battery." And the guy's like, "Man, check my knuckles, check my hands, check him. I did not touch him. He threw a lamp." And if you go back to the house, you'll see that there was a lamp thrown. Ask my mom or anybody else. I didn't throw the lamp. He told me to get the hell out of the house. And so they're like, "Well, why'd you run?" And he's like, "Well, because he said he was calling the cops. And when I saw you guys pulling up, I got the hell out of there because I didn't want to get in trouble." So they did after they kind of got it all. They went back to the house, and the dad's like, "Yeah, I told him to get the hell out of here." They took him to jail. But I couldn't understand. Well, why you take what did he do wrong?
I thought you said he was on house arrest.
Well, I think that's what they got him on.
Oh, okay.
But if the person who owns the house tells you to get the hell out,
aren't
you trespassing at this point?
No, you can't be kicked out of your own house.
Okay, well, you don't think a guy with an ankle bracelet and an IQ of maybe 69, that's 45 years old, when your dad's been mean to you, and he already threw a lamp. He told you to get the hell out, or he's calling the cops, and then you see 5-0 pull up.
It's a tough one.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
Do you stand your ground and fight it out, or do you just Anyway, he went to jail. But cops ain't like it used to be, where they would have hookers and cool stuff.
Well, hookers are not illegal anymore. No one prosecutes them.
Oh, they
did.
did.
Polk County.
No, they did have a hooker sting,
In
and
Polk
it was
County.
this one. No, it was this one bitch, and so they have this undercover detective, and he's in this SUV, and he walks up and says, they got him all wired up, and a couple units follow him. He's like, he asked the girl, "Hey, you want to party?" And she's like, "Yeah, I want to party." And he's like, "Well, how much?" And she says, "Well, $40 for oral." He's like, "Okay, that's great. Let's go around the buckle brush here." So as soon as she gets in the car, he then reiterates the fact to how much it is and what he's getting. And then they pull him over and act like it's a stop. And then you should hear, she's like, "Hey, just tell him you're my Uncle John and you're giving me a ride." She didn't realize that he's really a cop. And they can hear it all. So they had one hooker bust nonetheless.
Oh.
But so anyway, the Trump thing is going to be very long. We're going to really probably.
He said he's going to have a news conference too.
At Mar-a-Lago
today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think today. I think maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, but is he traveling to New York today? Is this happening today?
No, this is going to probably happen tomorrow. I think he is traveling today, this afternoon.
They've got live cameras on his jet on Mar-a-Lago, on the front door of the court. They've got 24/7 coverage.
I did look into this. It's an Alan Bragg.
Yes.
Is that the guy?
Yes.
And I listen, I got to go into words, and I know Jamie from Northern Heat and AC is going to get mad at me, and Brian may get mad at me, but this is just my personal opinion. And I watched Fox, and I watched CNN, and I watched Good Morning America, CBS this morning, and I actually yesterday watched Meet the Press, and it seems like unilaterally, even the liberal media kind of is like, this is kind of a stretch.
Mm-hmm.
This is kind of a stretch. And, this might not end up sticking nonetheless. And so that even NBC was saying that on Meet the Press. They're like, this is kind of a stretch from this guy to be doing kind of intermingling state with federal and things like that. So it's going to be interesting, to see how this all turns out. We'll start, kind of diving into it a little bit next.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
I mean, they're happy about it.
Check out the flies, Anna.
Go check them out. You swallow one. Morning, Night Rider. Thank you. They're gonna call you the police, Maria Guatemala. Good morning.
Let me answer the warm up.
RLW Juju, yes, probably. Donald Trizump 1. Creed, usually Aventus.
Alright. We just went to break. We'll be back in about 6 minutes. Alright.
Yukon.
Alright, bye. It was Ty J.
Oh. Awesome.
He said he's gonna call back. He didn't want to hold. He said he wanted to talk about what's happening. You said you were supposed to ride the bike?
Try going to this website real quick. You have time to do
I think
I
it
just want to make
works.
sure it works on yours too.
Yeah, it works on mine.
Okay.
I just sent him. I sent him the link.
Okay, so then
Well,
okay.
you can't click it. So fuck.
Do we have any fly strips?
Organic Gene.
Yeah, I think Merch Creek put some up a few weeks ago.
What's up?
Do we have
for
any-
this, Bubba?
Here,
you
I-
can promote thebubbarmy.com/tarpons. And
What's
it'll
up,
go to
Dr.
their
Dan's Boom 90 Maker?
Oh, okay.
Organic Gene.
Okay, so it's the Bubba Army.
And then it takes a few seconds and it forwards it. Yeah.
The Bubba Army /
the Bubba Army.
Andre Corbell. You're just an idiot.
So that way it's just an easy URL to give out to people.
And we can put that on our social.
Yes.
A la Snack Bar. Yes.
Oh, there's Trump's plane right now live on the tarmac. Trump Force One.
It's a nice plane.
It's a 757.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Things bad. Like those are badass planes too.
They're good ones.
They
They're,
have so much power.
so if you had to buy a commercial plane and convert it to a private, you'd buy that? That'd be on your short list?
You can grab a lot of other money.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it would definitely be on the list.
How much are those
definitely
planes?
one of them. What's that?
How much are those planes?
Probably 50, 60, 70 million. Something.
Not much.
Yeah, I mean, they're. But 757s are known for being like super nimble and powerful and.
They're not underpowered.
No, not at all.
What's up? Orlando Rican. What's up, JB4? They have a fast climb too.
Yeah.
Ollie Snack Bar. Oh, Snack Bar, that's a good idea. Big Mike. Get my golf cart, please. Oh, Yoke. Cracker Chris. Good morning, that's his young boy Mitch. Yes, but it won't teach him for street driving. What's up, Doc Mitch? What's up, Bama boy?
Oh,
Dan Force One. Doc Railways.
No, I know. But you couldn't smell nothing up there.
All a Snack Bar. And a little bit of Andrew Tate.
I looked back and I tried to look down into that little hole or whatever.
Here, Dan likes helicopters. Let me show him this. They'll replay it, but that's Cletus's helicopter.
Did you go up that one stairs?
Oh, really?
Yes, I just went up there.
What is it?
I didn't smell or see anything.
B.O.?
Yeah.
It's not a Bell?
No.
But B.O. is a company?
Mm-hmm.
Is it a good one?
Yeah, it's cool.
It's awesome.
He flew up the sun and
Give
from
the tarpons that first air check,
I will. Thanks, Sicilian.
and then we'll get ready to do another one.
I don't know. Do I do armless? Yes, I do. Like a brachioplasty, you take the skin out? Yes, I do. Was Tate released on house arrest?
He was released, yeah. I don't know if it was on house arrest, but
Yeah, I
I saw
think-
the statement that he made when he came out of jail.
Get the fuck out of that country right now. all of a
He's
sudden.
like, I did 7,426 sit-ups every day, push-ups every day.
Yeah, and what's his? I mean, it was just a trumped up charge. Bullshit. Are they gonna charge him? Is you got it set? The court date set?
Oh, for Trump?
No.
Or for Tate?
For Tate. They try him? Are they going to try him? They just like
They
sit
let
him in
him
jail
go,
for 6
but-
months and then
but
like
yeah,
there's nothing happens.
He was in there for like 4
4.
months. I think he's a Muslim now.
Holyoke Joe.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I actually have a couple personal friends that have reached out and be like, man, give me the Dr. Dan number again. I can swing the 350, but I need it. It's 4/8 in Diacos, 8888 DIACOS, or 1-888-834-2267. Tell them you're Bubba Army and you want to get on the Zimp. And they'll start the qualification and telemed process. And hell, you might be able to have your first shot of Ozempic this weekend. I'll tell you, it works. Absolutely, it works. So let me, the Tampa Tarpons or Blitz or somebody put together a URL that we're going to put up on TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram that will further help people that would like to potentially be part of our little promotion this coming Friday night at the Tampa Bay Tarpons opener. I'd love to continue to work with them, Lummy, but if you could tell them to please potentially give us just a little bit more time next time.
Yeah, no, I talked to them about it, and they definitely said they would if we wanted to do another night, maybe in like the summertime or something like that.
Sure, something like that.
They said they'd give us a lot of time.
You know, like maybe 14 days would be great.
Well, their thing is that they didn't even have regular season tickets up yet because of the spring training, and when the Yankees come in, they're relegated to pretty much do everything.
They're jobbers.
Yeah.
The Yankees come in, they own it all, lock, stock, and barrel. Everybody shut up.
Yep.
You can go to thebubbaarmy.com. Again, thebubbaarmy.com/Tarpons. TARPONS. And when you do that, let me put it over here. And when you do that, it takes a little bit. Don't be frustrated. It loads up the seats. I'm going to walk you through this process so even dumb people can figure it out.
And after like 5 seconds, just click. There's a thing you can click too. So
right, but it takes about 3, 4, 5 seconds, and it loads up the deal.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to have. I actually put Bubba23 in this promo code.
No, it puts it in there automatically.
Oh, it does?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
That link goes right to this right here.
All right. So what you do is you click on this box, which is where we're staying, and asks you how many tickets you want. I want 2, me and for the merch crick. You hit add to your cart, boom, and then you enter your credit card information. Continue. Oh, am I buying 4? Did I look like I was buying 4?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Sure, you can change it right there.
Yeah, delete those seats. I need 2. There you go. And then you go to checkout. And then let me enter all your information, and then boom, there you are.
It's done.
Mm-hmm.
So it's thebubbaarmy.com/Tarpons, and you'll be well on your way to joining us. It looks like I'm going to make it. Blitz and Anna's going to make it. Me and the Merch Crick's going to make it. Ashley and Lummy. Lummy, are you getting a babysitter?
No, Walker will probably be there.
Oh, you're going to bring the walk?
Yeah, I think so.
Did
Most
he catch
likely.
a fly ball yet?
Probably could.
Yeah, right
Lummy
off the
will be
face.
like Evan Longoria on that one thing.
That's right.
Which I know is not true. It was Snopes proved that it was actually false and hacked.
It was pretty good though.
Oh, it was good. Dan, did you ever see what I was talking about?
I'm not very sure.
The Evan Longoria
Foul ball catch.
Foul ball in front of a reporter kind of deal.
Oh no.
It was very, very, very much popular on the internet back like in what 2008 something like that.
Yeah,
Lummy?
when they were blowing up, when they were doing well. Trying to see if I can.
Right. Now, was it edited or was it AI or was it what? I think this might be before AI. I don't know.
It was almost as good as the Randy Johnson pitch.
The Randy Johnson hitting the bird pitch never happened.
That happened.
No, it did happen. I'm saying that video is just as good as that one.
Oh yeah, it's just as remarkable as that, except the Randy Johnson one was real.
Absolutely real.
I think that you will even agree that they've debunked the Evan Longoria one as being fake.
Yes.
You've never seen it, Dan?
No.
Lummy.
I'm trying to find, but a lot of them are reaction videos now.
What do you mean?
People reacting to them.
All right, if you can just give me the original video.
I got it.
I'd appreciate it. Yeah, Dan, wait till you see this. On the surface, it's pretty remarkable. You're like, oh my God, that is super cool. And then it took. I think it took a couple of years, didn't it, Lummy, for them to debunk it?
Well, yeah. Evan Longoria came out years later and said it was fake.
Go to 10 seconds, Bubba, because they put their watermark in the front.
I know, but he didn't. He allowed it to eat for a couple of years.
Oh, like many years.
Yeah. And then finally, Longoria, Dan, like 8, 9, 7, for a very long time.
This article says 10 years later.
10 years later, he finally came clean that it was, edited. So watch this, Dan. It's pretty badass.
Evan, there's been a lot of changes this offseason for your team. How do you feel your chances are in the AL East?
I heard a lot of people speculated that it was a Gillette deal because you can see the only logos you can see is Gillette.
Oh, yeah.
And this woman was not a recognized reporter on any news. Like they couldn't find her having done any other thing. So this was a Gillette deal. Dan, watch this.
I love our chances. It's been. Keep it on the field.
Is that pretty cool, Dan? Like if indeed that did happen.
A lot of changes this offseason for your team. How do you feel your chances are in the AL East?
I love our chances. It's been. Keep it on the field.
Yeah, Gillette paid for it because the place they filmed it at has never before or since then had Gillette logos, and there's logos all over the field.
Right. That's what I had heard as well. But I'll tell you one thing, Dan, pretty well done. Would you not agree?
Yeah, it's awesome. I see a lot of Gillette stuff there.
How do you feel
but hold on. But just after I told you to look, and just on the surface, if you're watching this, you're not paying attention to the Gillette stuff or anything like that. You're just looking at the heroics of this.
Chances are in the AL East.
I love our chances. It's been.
Because that ball would have smashed that mountain of a forehead down the flat.
They were trying. They were. So you're saying, Dan, the ball might have actually done the girl a favor by taking the hump out of the forehead?
She already has a baseball underneath her forehead.
Do you feel your chances are in the AL East?
It's like two magnets attracting each other.
It's been.
The north and the south?
Yeah, here they go. Boom. We're creating nuclear reaction.
Didn't even flinch.
I mean, for 10 years, man.
She would have flinched. You're right. She would have flinched because the catch, the loudness of the slap of the catch should have startled her.
Just reactionary. When you turn around and you would not. He would have ducked. You would have seen the ball.
She had no reaction at all.
Yeah. Right. The ball.
Charges against him.
Hold on, here
but
we go.
He will be arraigned to the historical first. Former President Trump is now the first president to be indicted. We do not yet know the charges against him, but he will be arraigned Tuesday in New York City. Arrangements are underway to handle security and processing, but it is likely to be quite a spectacle.
Now, is he still standing by the fact that this never happened? Because I think that that's not the right defense. Because I think that it's just been established that it happened.
Well, we don't know the actual charges yet, do we?
No, they haven't announced them yet.
No, but I mean, I think I've heard that one of his defenses potentially could be that this just simply didn't happen. And in some of the legal wranglings that him and Stormy have, by the way, go to our YouTube channel. We're starting to, put some Stormy shorts up from various times that she was on the show.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you'll like that. Go to our YouTube channel again, youtube.com/The Bubba Army. You could be watching us live there as well.
Since word of the indictment came out Thursday evening.
But he's got everybody against him. He's got Stormy that testified against him. He's got Michael Cohen, his personal attorney, that's testifying against him. He's got Keith Davidson to testify against him. He's got all these people that are testifying against him. I mean, you almost got to own it and say that I'm being extorted here. I'm being extorted. Not only was I extorted, but I'm being extorted by the media too.
Mr. Trump and his allies have controlled the narrative on this case.
I mean, I thought we had gotten through this this is almost the same crap that he had to go through on 16 when he supposedly, potentially paid her to shut up so that he just didn't end up, debunking his presidential run. So isn't this almost Stormy versus Trump 2.0?
Yes.
Right? If it wasn't a crime then, why is it a crime now? Well, because they went and got Cohen. They got more data now. I'm just asking. This is a question.
They're saying because they say they got more data now. That's what their claim
as
is.
The indictment remains under seal. A person familiar with the matter told CBS News that former President Trump is being...
And by the way, if you look into the Alan Bragg guy, and I'm not trying to make this one way or the other, but this guy's a real piece of work.
Oh, yeah.
And this guy has already, he refuses... I wish I had him in front of me, but I read up on it this weekend. He refuses to prosecute some pretty violent and stuff that you should if a person uses a gun in a burglary in New York, but the gun was never threatening to kill or be used, he does not prosecute that. So a guy can walk into a 7-Eleven, show his gun in his waistband, rob the place, because if you're a cashier and you don't have a way to fight back, and a guy goes and shows you he's got a gun, what do? You hand him the money, right?
Yeah.
The gun doesn't necessarily be pointed at you.
No, it's brandishing.
You just know that you don't have the ability to combat that gun. Now, if you're blitz, you take out yours and you smoke the guy.
Yes.
But, not everybody. First of all, you can't even own a gun in New York. So if I'm the 7-Eleven woman working at the convenience store, I'm not even allowed to own a gun.
Yeah, legally you can't, but the criminals will all have
right,
them.
but the bad guy that comes up in here shows me his pistol, tells me to give me everything out of his counter, out of my drawer. I don't have a gun because I can't have one legally.
Mm-hmm.
But he's got one. Do you know that this Bragg guy is not prosecuting those things?
I know.
Correct.
Those are real, true, immediate dangers to society.
Being charged with falsifying.
I have people that live in New York City that said it is absolutely a free-for-all. It is bad to the point where people are even afraid to walk the streets and go out at night because, somebody could come and rob you by, let's say, Dan, you are not Dan Diaco. You're just a regular guy, and you and your wife are walking down Manhattan or a nicer part of New York to dinner, Nobu or whatever, and you're not allowed to have a gun. And some bad guy walks up to you, he shows you that he's got a gun. He says, "I want your watch, I want your wife's diamond ring, I want your cell phones, anything that you got of value that he can just simply grab and go. I want it." And he shows you that he's got a badass, 45 or something in his waistband. What do?
You give up the wife.
Well,
I'm sorry. You give up your jewelry.
you give it up.
You give it up.
Now, if you are, if you can legally carry a gun, well, then you smoke the guy.
Right.
Or you try your best,
Mm-hmm.
nonetheless.
So Anthony Cumia years ago got a concealed weapons permit for New York City.
Because there are some people that can get them.
He said it cost him about $10,000.
Oh.
About a year and a half to get the first one, and he had to show proof of like death threats and like reasons to carry it. And his permit has listed on there very specifically which gun he's allowed to carry. So you can only carry like that gun.
Whatever you register with them.
Yep, and then I forget however many years you have to renew it, and like he had to pay a lawyer to do it. It's very difficult.
It has to go in front of the police commissioner, and you have to like know somebody that knows somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a boondoggle. Hello.
Hey, I was just curious about your opinion on the other side of the fence, where Florida is going to scrap the reason to, have a permit. You don't have to have a.
We already talked about it.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm a little concerned about it. I really am. I think I like the fact that you have to jump through a couple extra hoops to have a gun, but I can see where that in 26 or 27 other states are really, really trying to have a purist opinion on the Second Amendment, and as we get more, as our country gets more and more political and more polarized, you're going to see the right, really getting right, and you're going to see the left getting left, and this is a real right situation. So it's all politics, my friend. I would rather it be the way we're headed than them take them away. So if my options are they open it up or they take it away, I'll stick with the open it up. That's my opinion.
Makes sense.
Nonetheless.
Do really staunch Second Amendment guys have any thoughts on any sort of restrictions at all?
No.
Like Blitz, do
none.
you think that there should be any restrictions as far
To
as
people that are legally allowed to carry?
Yeah.
Not really.
Like, should you be able to have?
Wait. You just said it right there, though. Legally allowed to carry. So there are
people that have the
restrictions.
rights.
Yeah, not
the people
felons
that
and
have the
stuff.
right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
there are some restrictions, and that is that people that still have their citizenship and still have their full rights intact.
Yeah.
That restriction you allow.
But what about like opening up to more hardcore military equipment, like things that can shoot like tanks and stuff like that? Do you think that civilians should be able to own those?
If they can afford them.
To combat a militia?
If they can afford them.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's where the left always goes. Well, you're gonna let tanks, you're gonna let well, listen,
I'm just curious.
Not the average guy can afford a tank,
Well,
but if a guy
obviously
if a guy can afford a tank,
he should be able to buy him.
he
Okay,
should-
that's fair.
My next boat's an aircraft carrier.
and use the tank legally. Like there's gonna be some law. He can't drive it down the road. Unless he has it properly plated and things like that. So you just can't own a tank and then you're going to drive over the Walmart tomorrow and kill people. There's rules within owning a tank.
Yeah, you have to have windshield wipers and a horn.
Hello.
And turn signals.
Hello.
Or you can use your arms.
Yeah.
Hey, Bubba, what's up, man? It's Justin from Oklahoma City. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, man, I just wanted to chime in on what you said a few minutes ago, just to make sure a clarification, and I'm not going to take sides or anything. Just really from a historical standpoint about Trump and Stormy 2.0. It was against the law back then as well, but the problem was you can't charge a sitting president with a crime. That has to come from impeachment, and the impeachment wouldn't go through, and so that's why it's taking place. That's why it's taking place.
Okay,
now.
I have a better understanding now. So
Jay's here. He wants to respond.
The crime itself is not.
I'm not putting him on.
Jesus, there's Jay.
That
sounds like those
Blitz,
flies.
Is that fixable, Blitz?
Yes.
I just went away.
Jay, you there?
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Probably because I turned it on.
It keeps shutting
not
off.
paying Stormy Daniels. The crime was that the payment was hidden and therefore was not required to be, or it was required, but it wasn't released to the media under campaign finance rules.
Yeah, but hasn't other people have done it before and they just usually get fined?
Yeah.
It's possible.
It's a misdemeanor.
It's possible.
I'm not
Well,
gonna
it did
necessarily disagree
happen.
with that, but yeah.
It did happen to Hillary Clinton.
I would have a problem if
paid a fine.
Trump was got the same penalty that other people in front of him did. I don't have a problem with that.
But the reality
is, the crazy thing is, the craziest thing about this whole thing is that the district attorney in New York City
is going rogue, like he is completely off the chain.
Yeah, maybe. But what he's done is he's found a way to try to hold charge a sitting or a former president with a crime that's a federal issue, but in a state court.
Right.
Which has never been done before.
Right.
Right.
So I mean, there's a lot of hurdles. There's a lot of hurdles for Bragg, and it's very, very much a political witch hunt. You could at least agree on that, regardless of what side of the fence you're on.
Oh, hey, district attorney's elected official, politics all day long. I agree 100%.
All right, buddy. Appreciate you.
Party on.
Party on, Wayne. Party on, Garth.
Identifying business records in the first degree, a felony. Our Robert Costa is in New York this morning. Good morning to you, Bob. We know this is 2 p.m. Tuesday in Manhattan. You have spoken with the Trump attorneys. What is their strategy at this point?
Good morning, Margaret. The Trump lawyers say they want to immediately move to dismiss this case. That is going to be point number one.
Now, Jay, do they
mustache.
have a real good chance of that, or is this again going to be the political judge? Is this going to be another political deal?
It's all within the discretion of the judge, and the chances that the judge is going to dismiss it right away is probably unlikely.
He's going to sit there and take the safe side of the deal and let it run its course. Correct.
Right. But just to respond to that previous caller, Trump is not a clear and present danger to anyone in the United States, assuming what they say is true, which has not actually been proven, that he paid $130,000 to try to keep an alleged affair with a hooker from his wife. It's the same thing John Edwards happened when he was trying, but he actually used campaign funds. And if you look at the Trump thing, he didn't use any campaign funds.
Well, we know how state attorneys are, do we not? We certainly know the liberties that state attorneys have.
Well,
do we?
We can get very philosophical if you choose to. The jury verdict says not guilty.
Yes, sir.
It doesn't say innocent.
I mean, these state attorneys have a ton of power
we learned
and discretion, and we've learned the hard way.
We've known that here in Tampa for a long time, but I think the rest of the nation learned it during COVID, when you saw the way these prosecutors were applying the guidelines and principles according to their politics instead of according to science. And when they started not prosecuting violent criminals, like you said. When in Florida, if I have a gun in my backpack and I commit a crime, it's a felony. I've got a gun on me, period. And that's called, a chilling effect. It's to try to prevent other people from being dumb and bringing guns with them to any type of a crime. Similarly, if I'm sitting in the car and my brother goes and robs a bank and someone dies in there, I am responsible, murder-homicide. It's a felony homicide rule. I'm responsible. And so these prosecutors are taking the liberty to reduce the severity of violent crimes by trying to characterize them as nonviolent.
I guess Trump just announced that he'll be leaving Mar-a-Lago. What I'm seeing on chat at noon.
Yep.
He'll be leaving Mar-a-Lago at noon.
And there are discussions among some Trump allies about thinking about a venue change at some point, though at this early crossroads, they're not officially talking about that on the legal team because they have not yet seen the indictment. But you can expect a very aggressive strategy, both in public relations and legally, from the Trump team at this point.
We know there are roughly 30 counts against the former.
Let's also not forget, hold on, Jay, let's also not forget that this is also Keith Davidson, the guy that is, one of the bad guys and at the stuff I've been through. Had he been properly prosecuted when my stuff went down, he wouldn't be. He was originally Stormy Daniels' first attorney, and he's the one that cut all the deals with Cohen. And he's the one that turned Fed witness against Cohen. Did you know that?
I did. And what they're going to do now is they're going to try to keep him from speaking. The news all morning was about how the judge has the discretion to keep him from commenting on it.
Davidson was part of the grand jury inquiry, though. Did you know that? They questioned him for the grand jury.
I did. And I know.
If I'm Trump, man, I'm like, this is a big shakedown. This is an absolute shakedown.
That's what he's saying, and they're trying to prevent him from saying this is a witch hunt, that this is politically motivated. Can you imagine that? Trying to shut
Maybe he knows where I'm coming from now.
In the middle of
president. And you have spoken with one key witness here who spoke to the district attorney 22 times. This is former personal attorney Michael Cohen. What did he share?
Sitting down with Michael Cohen
Cohen flipped, did he not? He completely flipped.
Cohen's a bad guy.
He is
He's
at
just
the
a bad
forefront of really doing Trump wrong.
Yeah, he is. And, I
City,
hate all
it's
Davidsons,
evident
too.
that he is going to be the crucial witness for the district attorney, Alvin Bragg, in this case, especially should it go to trial. But Cohen told us that this investigation is about far more than him. Let's listen.
Yes, I lied to Congress at the direction of, in coordination with, and for the benefit of Donald J. Trump. And if there's anyone out there that thinks that that lie is going to prevent me from being the credible witness that I am, based on the documentation, the testimony, the email.
You also, contacted, Keith Davidson, I don't know how many times, and cut this deal. And I think, used what? A home equity loan from his own house?
Right. Emails, the recording, it's not going to happen.
And
You brought up
the Constitution protects us against ex post facto laws. That's when they changed the law to make it more, or invent a law on the activity that happened prior to this. So prior to 2023, no one ever faced a felony for something like this in state court. They can't do this. This is against the Constitution. The judge, if he has the insight and courage to follow the Constitution.
Well, don't tell me, Dan. Don't tell me what a local prosecutor can and cannot do.
I understand that. And Bubba, yours would have been thrown out when it went to a higher court if it did go past the clown court that it started off in. And so,
do you know how many times me and Jay lost just absolute locked-in, objections or
the motion to dismiss?
Yeah,
that should have never. The case should have never gone past the motion to dismiss. Period.
Right.
In that case,
remember when we
let
tried
alone
to
punitive damages and all those things that they allowed?
Remember when we were in the judges' chambers trying to get Phil Campbell disqualified because he had repped me prior, and the guy flat out said no, and I actually had to be told to shut up because I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
It was unbelievable, and so that's why we have experienced how lopsided the trial court can be, how lopsided local government can be when you're the bad guy.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt that Trump is the AKA bad guy. And so let's think about what they're alleging that he did.
I think I'm changing my name to Bubba Trump.
Yeah, he settled with because of an alleged sexual affair. You know who else did that? Bill Clinton during his presidency.
Yeah.
They don't call it a hush payment. They call it a settlement agreement. It's not a release and a hush
Did
agreement.
Monica Lewinsky? Did Monica? I think Monica.
No, Jennifer Flowers.
Oh, Jennifer Flowers.
There was a big issue. Can you sue a president while he's sitting? They said, yes, you can.
Put some ass. Didn't as he was leaving Jennifer Flowers' hotel room said, "Put some ass on it." Remember, she had like a bump on her face or something from him blasting her so hard.
There was some crazy allegations that happened during his presidency. I think it was settled for nearly $1 million, and it was all inappropriate sexual behavior, extramarital affairs.
Interesting point. In your view, this case is bigger than Michael Cohen's testimony.
Yes. I've never said that it was about me. This is not what so many people want to make it look like. Oh, it's Michael Cohen's vengeance against Donald Trump. That's not what this is about. This is solely about accountability. I should not be held accountable for Donald Trump's dirty deeds.
Yeah, but you negotiated them for him.
Him be held accountable. Let those in his orbit that are truly accountable, like Bill Barr, right, who he used to weaponize the Justice Department against his critics.
Oh, that's rich.
Let them be held accountable because it saves and it preserves democracy.
Are you ready to testify?
Yes.
Bob, to date, Republicans have largely circled the wagons around the former president, and this includes Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis. They've done it by attacking.
Yeah, DeSantis said that he would not cooperate with any extradition of Donald Trump. He will not. He will do not use anybody that's under his umbrella to help.
Attacking them,
which I thought was a pretty good move on his behalf.
Stay out of it, yeah.
No, but I mean, I think it's a pretty good move because he's like, Trump has really screwed him over.
It's a politically expedient.
And he took the high road on that deal. I think that's going to pay huge dividends, to be honest with you.
Manhattan District Attorney. But then this morning,
there's this guy right here, Alvin Bragg. I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, man. This is a very racially motivated thing. This is a politically, racially motivated thing. It really is. This guy is race baiting all day. Yeah, I said it. It's my opinion.
we have the former governor of Arkansas, Asa Hutchinson, on ABC News saying he's going to run for president and very clearly saying that Mr. Trump needs to drop out of the race. What's happening inside the party?
It's a fascinating political moment. That Republican outrage publicly is also coupled privately with a lot of political calculation.
I mean, there are so many guys in the woodpile here, not even necessarily bad. There's just a lot of people's hands in the cookie jar here.
There's a lot of people now who are feeling like you feel.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people in middle America that can put themselves in Trump's position and say, you know what, this is absolutely insane. And they're treating him like that. Now I understand why I've been treated the way I've been treated. And so this whole thing forgets there's a whole part of the country that supported this guy, 74 million people. And so, right, like him or hate him, right or left, if you support the jailing of an active campaign for presidency,
or even former president,
that's Banana Republic, third world. That's what they do in
Congo.
Iran.
In the Congo.
You know, there is no political opponent. You can have one opinion, which is our opinion, or you can go to jail. Scary.
Could there be an opening for a Trump critic, whether it's former Governor Hutchinson or someone else, to now enter this 2024 Republican?
I mean, this is certainly going to set up some rogue Republican to really try to shove it up Donald's ass.
Oh, of course. It's going to make opportunities.
Right.
But, you know, again, people that have been paying attention, and I think a lot of people have been paying attention, remember that the whole Russian gate was nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That the Ukraine phone call, in contrast to what we've been doing with Ukraine now, was nothing. That January 6th has definitely two different narratives. You know, the crazy guy with the Viking outfit and the horns was let out of jail last week because the video showed the security at the Congress showing him around and opening doors for him and cooperating with him. He wasn't trying to take over the government. They were trying to make a statement. They were doing a protest. They didn't go there armed to take a armed insurrection over the government. It was a protest, just like when the left attacked the White House 6 months earlier, and almost had to put Trump into the bunker of safety.
They did to the Tennessee Congress last week. Transgender rights people after the shooting in Tennessee. It wasn't about the victims of the Christian school. It was about the transgender people's rights who literally did the same exact thing to their House of Congress that they did to ours in our federal court. And nothing happened to them.
And it happened to the governor of Wisconsin when they occupied the Wisconsin political office for days at a time. I think it was maybe 10 days they occupied
on this new dynamic in the race.
Same in Seattle when they went to the police headquarters.
Exactly.
Where Trump has legal and political challenges, and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis isn't in the race yet, nor consolidating support. Talking to some donors this morning, Margaret, it's not just Hutchinson who's on their minds. They're also thinking about trying to draft Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin to think harder about jumping into this race sometime later this year.
This is a fascinating race, Bob, and we're going to be very busy.
Yeah.
You know, the irony is the more people that get in, the better the chances that Trump gets the nomination. Whether he gets the presidency is a whole nother thing. But if there's a lot of nominees in the Republican primary, he has a much better chance because it splits the vote. He's always got his 40%. Everyone else splits the vote, and then he goes right in.
Us tonight, New York City is bracing for what could be 2 tumultuous days. On Monday, former President Donald Trump is expected to fly from Florida to New York. Then on Tuesday, he
They're saying Blitz possibly a noon departure, they're saying?
Yeah, that's what Trump has said.
Be formally arraigned on criminal charges in a historic indictment that remains under seal. Today in West Palm Beach, Mr. Trump gave a thumbs up and waved to supporters from inside his SUV as he left his golf club. He has not appeared before cameras to address his indictment, but that is expected to change soon. CBS's Robert Costa is outside Trump Tower.
Him again.
He's everywhere.
And Robert, good evening.
This bitch is everywhere. This guy.
Everywhere that's anti-Trump, he's there in front of it.
It's pretty calm right now, Jerika, but former President Trump is expected here Monday ahead of his arraignment on Tuesday.
So I'm assuming he'll spend the night at Trump Tower and then head on over to...
NYPD has ordered all 36,000 officers to be in uniform ready to go.
Oh, my God. And Nancy Pelosi called off the Capitol Police before January 6th.
Florida later Tuesday and speak with reporters at Mar-a-Lago.
He's gearing up for a battle.
Former President Trump's lawyer, Joe Tacopina, vowing in a
I like it, Joe Tacopina.
Joe Tacopina.
My kind of guy.
New York criminal law, Joe Tacopina. I love him. I heard him on.
I like him.
The team will look at every potential issue that we will be able to challenge, and we will challenge. And of course, I very much anticipate a motion to dismiss coming because there's no law that fits this.
The charges remain under seal, but a source familiar with the indictment tells CBS News that former President Trump will likely be charged with falsifying business records in the first degree, a felony stemming from alleged hush money paid to adult film star Stormy Daniels. Michael Cohen, a key witness in the investigation, sat down with CBS News this weekend and said the case is about more than his testimony.
Yes, I lied to Congress at the direction of, in coordination with, and for the benefit of Donald J. Trump. And if there's anyone out there that thinks that that lie is going to prevent me from being the credible witness that I am, based on the documentation, the testimony, the emails, the recording, it's not going to
Emails to who? Keith Davidson.
Not to Trump. Trump doesn't email.
happen.
New York remains on high alert ahead of Tuesday's arraignment at a Manhattan courthouse. CBS News legal analyst Ricky Kleeman.
He will be given a booking number. At the time that he receives that booking number, he is officially, quote unquote, under arrest.
Hopefully this will be as painless and classy as possible for a situation like this.
Most Republicans are offering Trump support, including Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who slammed Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg.
This guy is doing politics. He has an agenda. That is not the rule of law.
Robert Costa joins me now. I know you've been speaking to a number of politicians. How do these criminal charges affect Trump's presidential campaign?
I heard where he could be, like, charged or even convicted of these and still be the candidate.
Yep.
Jericho, many Republicans publicly are expressing outrage about the indictment, but privately there's a lot of political calculation going on with donors and elected officials wondering if Trump is now increasingly vulnerable in the 2024 Republican race. Some donors told CBS News today that they're thinking about recruiting some new names to jump in. One target, Virginia Governor.
Yeah, we heard that already.
You know, there are two chances when they impeached him. They had the opportunity, if they had found him guilty during the trial phase of the impeachments, to have prevented him from holding public office again. But it never got that far. He was never found guilty during his impeachments. And so he will be able to run again regardless, unless he's actually sitting in jail. And then he still could run again.
So, Jay,
but they'll never, ever in a million years convict him of this. It won't stick. It's chicken shiz. And, you know, it's a complete waste of resources to try to get this stretch, to try to make a misdemeanor from 7 years ago turn into a felony today. It's shameful. We should all be afraid because the political machine of today has been weaponized through the Justice Department, and they've gone after everyone. And you know what? The guy that did the Twitter files, Matt Taibbi, the IRS paid him a visit last week, too. Because, again, weaponization of the federal departments because you say something that is counter to the official narrative of the Biden administration. It's absolutely frightening, Bubba. And you know what? People can bitch all they want about Trump. He did not attack people legally because they disagreed with him. He did not.
He didn't weaponize the Justice Department. The IRS wasn't showing up on people's houses like Lois Lerner. People weren't getting arrested for protesting abortion. Parents weren't called domestic terrorists. I mean, it's really pretty insane when you see what's happening. And the same day they announced Trump's arrest, and this is what's interesting, is that Anna doesn't even know this because two things happened that were important that day. One is that this so-called shaman was released because they had no evidence on him. And the other one was this Matt Taibbi thing. He is a traditional ACLU liberal journalist, and his crime was to have reported accurately on the Twitter files. And the government institutions putting their thumb on the scale of the First Amendment during the election, during COVID, all the misinformation stuff. And for the crime of doing that, now all of a sudden the IRS appears at his house.
Well, they've been at my house a few times. I love them.
It's really scary. And the thing is, you're either inside or you're outside. Doesn't matter if you're right or left. If you're inside, you're fine. If you're outside, you're not.
Well, I'm outside, but I'm working with the insiders right now with my deal. We'll continue the Donald Trump stuff. I'm going to get it with Jay. Dan leaves. Jay stays. and we're going to talk about the actual protocol of what happens. And then after they, I'm assuming, release him on bond, or they're saying this isn't even a bondable offense, is it?
I think they're going to release him.
I think, I think it's an in and out thing.
Yeah, and so, does he go back to Florida, and does it like he have to start the deposition phase?
Well, he's supposed to be arraigned at 2:00 tomorrow, and then he said I believe it's 8:15 from Florida is his press conference.
Yeah, he's going to fly back on his own jet to Mar-a-Lago and then give a press conference.
Perfect.
And they're going to try to prevent him from doing that by saying that he's improperly influencing the jury pool. And you watch, there's a good chance
he can have a gag order.
They're going to gag order him. There's a really good chance, like they did Roger Stone.
Yeah, and you can't talk. So
I spoke to Roger this weekend about this stuff. As a matter of fact, he has an I actually might be driving down and meeting Roger midweek about some stuff. Yeah, I know some stuff that could potentially help Trump. I really do. And Roger's like, well, you get your stuff and come down here. So I may be headed down there.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
All right, fellers. Have a great day.
Is it Matt Taibbi on it?
Yeah.
I mean, that's for me. That's as scary as
Matt
anything.
Taibbi is great.
He is
one
great.
Of the few journalists doing real journalism. Him and
There's some really interesting stuff with him online about this.
Stephen Greenwald.
Oh yeah, Stephen Greenwald. I know exactly
The
who
guy
it is.
who lives in Chile.
Yeah, exactly. Brazil.
Yeah, he's married to a politician down there. Actually.
Yeah, he's a super
he's
interesting
the one
guy.
That blew up the Russiagate deal.
Right, and he was a liberal originally. He's just now. It's like literally. It's like the traditional liberal is like liberate freedom. It's weird.
Well, they're staying true to the game, kind of like Bill Maher, who's a classical liberal.
Right,
It's
and he
just
admits
like,
it when he is biased about something. He says it. I mean, he doesn't hide that.
Yeah,
but he wants to hear the other side.
Brand, they're all kind of shifting.
Yeah, Russell. Who would have ever thought? I would have never thought I liked Russell Brand.
Because the left really left them. I think.
I think you're right.
But Matt Taibbi also did great work on the 2008 financial crisis.
Oh yeah,
and he really broke it down well.
Well, he was like a head writer for Rolling Stones or something, wasn't
he? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. He's a true journalist. I mean, I think he's got some.
It was Rolling Stone.
Yeah, pretty sure he's got some Pulitzers.
Yeah, because he really broke it down on Rogan for me. Because he's like, you need to stop thinking about it like an economic crisis and start thinking about like a criminal crisis.
Right.
Like, it was a criminal deal, not an economic depression, inflation. It was like no.
Right.
They were selling subprime mortgages. People were buying. Strippers had 3 houses in Miami. This was going to implode, and a bunch of people were going to make a bunch of money, and then just fuck everybody else.
My only, not criticism, my only observation of him is there's a reason he's a writer. Because when you see him in interviews, as interesting as what he's saying coming out of his mouth is interesting, he's not an interesting speaker. Do you agree
he's
with
not
that?
very compelling.
Right,
no.
he's not charismatic.
No,
where I've seen him.
Sometimes those are the best because he's just about the straight facts.
You have to listen to it. I like it.
He sounds I prefer that because then you don't feel like he's trying to persuade you with his charisma. He's like, these are the facts. You tell me what you think.
Yeah.
But yeah,
he's really good. The other one that was rated was the Project Veritas guy.
Same week.
What's his name? James
O'Keefe.
James O'Keefe.
Yeah, but no, that was in November.
Yeah.
They just rated him because he had the Ashley Biden diary.
Right. He had the crime of having someone's personal diary.
It was given to him or something.
Yeah. It was apparently or allegedly. The diary was left in Georgia at one of her friend's houses or something, and then the people that she left it there approached the Trump campaign. They said no. They approached Giuliani. He said no, and then somehow it ended up in the Project Veritas people. But I mean, the whole thing is, no one said it wasn't true, or it wasn't accurate, or it wasn't hers. Some crazy stuff in there, right?
There was some crazy, and that kind of went away quick.
All of it does. It's frightening.
Because she's what, 30-something? 40-something?
40-something, I think.
She's still the diary.
I think she's 40-something.
Or 5.
Yeah, it's weird. What's up, everybody?
I mean, showering with your dad at 16 is probably weird, too.
I know. I got to stop doing that with Trey.
Is he keeping a diary about it?
I hope so. I am.
You're going to have 2 diaries?
I've called it Boys to Men.
Glenn Link. Oh, it's Glenn, not Steve.
Yeah, Glenn. Okay, you're right.
Yeah.
But I know who it is.
Yeah.
Glenn Greenwald.
Glenn Greenwald, yeah.
Glenn Greenwald's pretty good too,
Yeah,
Anna.
sorry about
Almost
that.
as good as
I
Mike
knew
Hawk.
I fucked it up. Yeah. I knew I got the last name right.
One big lung air. Maria Guatemala, JBJB. What's up? Is that Tim Anglin, Fin 212?
Oh, it looks like so what they did, they were charged with conspiracy to commit interstate transportation of stolen property.
What's up, Litz is a man, Grouper Lips. That's right. Lever Gerber. Nakey time. That's what Walker has with Lummy over here.
So let's go. Sneaky.
I never got those naked pictures when I was like a young dad, and you know how people would have the pictures of their naked baby on their belly or whatever. I'm like, that's just gross. I don't want my naked baby on me.
Yeah. No.
Ever.
No.
Keep that kid, like in Costa Rica, people like let their babies just roam the beach naked till they're about 4. I hate that.
I think it's, we don't really like him going like out front if he's in his diaper.
Right.
We feel like it's kind of.
And I don't know, we had a very strict no costumes outside the front door. I wasn't going to have like a little princess walking through Walmart or Spider-Man. Like, whenever I see people like that, I'm like, you have no control of your children.
No. You should just come to soccer on Saturday with me one time and just watch the non-control. It's bad.
It is the worst.
And the parents don't care, they let them do whatever.
I know. And you want to say something. What's up, Steve? You buying? Pedro? What's up, everybody?
You can't. Neither can the coaches. They're all handcuffed.
Oh yeah, all the First Amendment guys are all on Substack. That's where you find a lot
Is that the one?
Yeah.
Rumble too. There's a lot of people, First Amendment people on Rumble because they don't really censor anything.
Yeah.
Dan Bongino, I believe, is one of the primaries of Rumble.
Yeah, but I think you have to pay for Substack.
Okay.
Fine.
Which Rumble you don't, do you?
No.
It's killer.
But it's like a
Ben
blog.
Bongino is an investor.
Yeah, that's what I said. I thought he was one of the big primary investors from it.
Yeah.
What up, Mike? Nash Young Boy Mitch. Cat's Jeep.
Yeah,
What's up, Nick?
For your help.
HS Bubba Fan 69. What's up, wrestling coach? My son's talking about going to Alabama. I'd be okay with that.
Lacrosse?
So just go to school. He said, "Would you be mad at me if I went to Alabama?" I'm like, "No, I wouldn't be mad."
Why does he want to go there?
Jesuits got like 100% accepted right there.
The hot Alabama.
No,
From the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. So much love to Big Mike from Southwest Florida Golf Carts. Love that guy. I know that he's working on Big Red's, finishing Big Red's golf cart up, and I think he's scheduled to pick up Danny's. I think Danny's going to go from the lead battery over to the lithium Willie.
Yes, he is. He was talking about it earlier today.
Yeah, anyway, Southwest Florida Golf Carts or flgolfcarts.com. Whether it's your e-bike, whether it's your golf carts, it doesn't matter. They got it all. And they're hugely Bubba Army friendly. So thank you, Big Mike, and your Lummy Scotty. Lummy Todd Lindsay on the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at the Bubba Army. And Lummy, this might be the first day since we've hooked up Venmo that we've not had one contribution to support the show via Venmo today. Mitch Lucerini did on Friday to the tune of $50.
Trina Bill, $100 on the PayPal.
A lot of people on the PayPal, a lot of people on the Cash App. Nobody on the Venmo, and usually Venmo's the top getter. Might want to check see if our Venmo's broken or something.
Yeah, Bright Farm John's Island said he sent a Venmo, but he never got a shout out.
He did? When?
He said he did it Friday after the show.
Oh, Friday. I did. Oh yes, you're right.
Okay.
50 from Braden.
Yes.
Robert Kamrar, 20. Brian from Philly, 20. Mitch Lucerini. Those were all Fridays. I haven't had. You know what? I need somebody to send me some Venmo cash just to prove that it's working. I mean, we did get our Zelle yanked from us. Maybe we got our Venmo yanked from us. You never know. They like to take things from us. Tomorrow, don't forget, we'll do the morning show live on Twitch as we dip back into Twitch sparingly.
Yeah.
Sparingly. Twitch, whatever. So anyway, I need some Venmo, and I need some Venmo action now. Venmo, which is at the Bubba Army, so I can make sure that indeed our last contribution for the rest of our Venmo career, Lummy, wasn't the great Mitch Lucerini for $50 on Friday. So Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Here is the timeline for the president. President Trump says, is this just kind of a
bullet point post? Yeah.
Oh, this is like a timeline in general.
Yeah.
Of the whole event happening. I can't really speak on this. Let me look at. We just got inundated with
Venmos.
Well, hold on, but it says I just got $92, but it's not showing me. Oh, hold on. It just Venmo must be as running as stupid as I am today. A. Shoko Clem for 10, Megan Mazzell for 25, Kyle Sturgill 10, Blake Branham 25, and of course the great Matthew Hoxie for 25. It looks like the Venmo is working. Just needed a little prod. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wish I could get into what I know because Jay, like Stormy was on my show. I'm not going to say, but Stormy did an appearance on my show in 2008.
Yep.
And my show could have been the very first to ever report this. But whatever. And she was pretty specific as to the city it happened in. Mm-hmm. And if you remember right, she went on to say that Trump was amazing in bed.
Better than Dave Navarro.
2018, a Trump fixer, Michael Cohen, said he arranged hush money payments to two women. He arranged those payments through Keith Davidson. Why is he not being looked at? Oh, I'll tell you why. Because he turned government witness.
As much as I dislike Michael Cohen for turning his back on a former client, I have to say, as a lawyer, if you represent a billionaire and you can make a case like this go away for $130,000 with a confidentiality clause, that's damn good lawyering. Everyone needs to take
as Bubba would point out, Jay, he was actually an attorney, not a lawyer.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know the difference?
I guess I should.
You should.
Bubba brought up on that earlier today.
I do know the difference between lawyer and attorney.
Okay.
A lawyer is a person that that can look at the law and help, but cannot try a case because a lawyer has graduated from law school, but an attorney is one that has passed the bar. Did you know that, buddy?
I don't know. Is that true, Alexa?
Oh yeah, hold on.
I've never heard that
Watch
before.
This.
Honestly,
when I nail this bitch, you're going to be you're going to be blown away.
I personally
say I
think you're wrong.
Okay, but what if I'm right?
I'll say it. I'll take a humble pie.
Ask her what the difference is.
Hey Alexa, what's the difference between an attorney and a lawyer?
An attorney, or attorney at law, is a legal professional who represents clients in court when pleading or defending cases. Lawyer is a general term for someone who gives legal advice.
Well,
so I'm a lawyer.
I was kind of right. Like I said,
not really.
Well,
you're kind of wrong too.
No, I'm not. No, don't
it doesn't say anything about the bar.
Hold on.
Listen, you know what we call that?
Hold
a
on.
loser.
Hold on,
you
buddy.
can't pass the bar, and you're now a
buddy.
lawyer. We don't call it a lawyer.
Turns out it's still Dan.
Hold on, buddy. Danny.
Jay's World.
Dan J. She didn't get it right. She just read a little bit of it. If you further read into it, and it is, I did state, did I not state that an attorney can do court proceedings and do, I stated?
You said she got it wrong, so she's mad at you.
That's it.
Yeah. Lummy, can you look into it further and not just, let's use her as the gospel, but a lawyer is a person that has practiced law school and can work at a law firm, but cannot represent you in court proceedings. An attorney that has passed the bar can.
It says the difference between attorney and lawyer is that attorneys have passed the bar exam and can represent clients in court and other legal proceedings, while lawyers may or may not have done so.
Is that Wikipedia?
No.
No, that's Lawyer 101.
Jay, what site would you like us to look this up on?
Indeed.
BubbaClimateRight.com.
And
I never heard that before.
And you're a goddamn attorney, formerly a lawyer.
I'll have to look more into it.
Bubba, I just sent you one of the links that it's.
All right, hold on.
Send it to me.
So I think all attorneys are lawyers, but not all lawyers are attorneys.
Exactly.
Yes, correct.
Exactly.
So-
Hold on.
There we go.
Hold on. There is
Okay.
a lot of confusion surrounding the terms attorney and lawyer. People use them interchangeably, but there are some big differences between the two professions. It does not help it does not help that across the pond the terms actually mean different things. That's why I decided to explore the differences and help you decide which career is right for you. Both attorney and lawyers have important roles in our society, but they specialize in different areas of the law.
Hold on, Bubba. Here, this is a dictionary.com.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. You're no problem. Attorney versus lawyer, what's the difference? Lawyer is a general term for a person who gives legal advice and aid and who conducts suits in court. What is the difference between attorney and lawyer? Technically speaking, all attorneys are lawyers, but not all lawyers are attorneys.
Oh.
The word attorney, a common shortening for attorney at law, refers to a person who has successfully passed the bar exam or the bar examination or bar exam. This means that they are legally qualified to represent clients in court. The word lawyer can be applied to someone who has earned a law degree, but in technical use is not applied to someone who is not is not applied to someone who has not passed the bar exam.
Not in Florida. Not in Florida. A person who has a law degree and is not bar certified cannot give legal advice in the state of Florida. Absolutely cannot.
I know that would make it far different than an attorney.
No, it's just saying a lawyer can provide legal counsel. Not true. Not in Florida.
I think you have been owned, and you're not happy about it. That
That's
your
partially
dumbass
true.
attorney, that your dumbass client that you've represented 3 times, maybe 4, been to 64 depositions, that you have once called me one of the greatest non-lawyer legal minds ever in the history of the world.
True.
Actually knows something that you didn't know about lawyering.
Ask him about crows.
And in Florida, the law says only attorneys licensed in Florida. It doesn't say lawyers.
Yeah. So lawyers are people that have gone to law school and passed, but has not passed the bar.
You know how I know that?
An
Because
attorney has passed the bar and can represent you in court.
in Florida, a lawyer under your terms cannot represent anyone. You're not allowed to unless you're bar certified in the state of Florida to give anyone legal advice, or it's the unauthorized practice of law, Bubba. I know this for absolute certain. Here's why.
No, Jay,
Here's why. Because they don't want
that's
old
why
people.
you're only validating what I said.
Right.
You're
No, I'm
only
not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
No, I'm
you
not.
are.
No, I'm
Guess
not.
what?
But you
didn't
are.
know. You didn't
That's
know
what
the
I say in
difference.
court. No, I'm not.
You didn't know. You didn't know that a lawyer could not represent somebody in court. You did not know that.
No, but I'm not saying
And you
that's
did
not
not
true.
know
They
the
can't
difference.
even
You have a
give-
different definition of
that doesn't
lawyer,
say that.
clearly.
That
That's
says
what-
you can't represent someone. You can't even give legal counsel in Florida. Not about
It'd be
representing
really
in court.
nice if I got thrown. A
Right, but the
goddamn
law
bone
says
every once
it
in a
does
while.
say
know,
only
Bubba.
attorneys licensed in Florida can offer legal services within the state.
Right.
Right. Only
Regardless,
attorneys.
regardless whether the person uses the title of lawyer or attorney.
Which
Correct.
validates what I said. Attorneys are the only ones that can represent you in
No,
court.
it doesn't. It doesn't validate. It validates that there's a distinction, but it doesn't validate that a lawyer can give legal advice.
I think you're wrong.
No. But
Maybe in Florida, maybe in
you're
Florida,
wrong.
maybe in Florida, it happens to be that way. But universally, universally across the board, lawyers in other states can offer legal advice. They just can't. Here, hold on. Here's the common denominator. Whether a person can dispense legal advice or not is not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is lawyers are people that have not passed the bar, because people that have passed the bar are called attorneys. You cannot call yourself an attorney unless you pass the bar. You can call yourself a lawyer if you just went to law school.
If you graduate, have a degree in law.
And that's where you didn't.
well, I can
where
tell you,
were
there's not a
wrong.
lot of us like splitting hairs like that. You either pass the bar and you practice law, or you don't. I know a lot of really smart people that are lawyers that don't
schmears,
practice.
my
it.
friend.
I'm
I'm
saying-
just reading what they wrote, what I read, buddy.
It's just some article by some dude, non-lawyer,
Jay.
about some general practice like the rest of the world.
Jay, take an L.
2015.
Take an L, buddy.
JayWorld.com.
Jay, take an L, buddy.
Jay's World.
Take an L, kid.
I can't take it.
Lawyers in the state of Florida can pursue outside work, including consulting, government work, or teaching, but they are not permitted to practice law. In Florida.
Correct.
Attorneys can. Only attorneys, not lawyers.
Yeah, you said lawyers. Attorneys can. Oh, say that one more time without messing it up.
They can choose to pursue.
Who can?
Lawyers.
Lawyers can
choose to pursue work outside of the traditional legal practice, including consulting, government work, or teaching, but lawyers are not permitted to practice law.
Right. And have lawyers passed the bar?
No.
It doesn't
in
say
Indiana.
that in there.
Well, I mean, it's pages worth of stuff, and it does say that.
Here's where nuances make a difference. If you pass a bar in Georgia and you come to Florida, you haven't passed the Florida bar. You can't practice in Florida. You're a lawyer. You're an attorney. If I'm Jay Diaco,
I think you're kind of what you're doing you're kind of co-signing with me while
not.
trying to make it. You're right.
Yes, I think so.
I'm always right.
No, you're
this
not.
This is the problem.
You are dead wrong.
No, I'm
you
not.
are dead wrong on a lawyer in
So what-
on a. You know what, Steve? What do you even say?
A 50-year attorney from Georgia that comes here becomes a lawyer?
No. Well,
they're an attorney.
Yes. Well, no, they're a lawyer.
In Florida, they're a lawyer.
They're a lawyer.
Jay, you know what? I wish we could rewind what I said, because what I said was the difference between attorneys and lawyers are lawyers have gone to law school but not passed the bar. Attorneys have passed the bar, and attorneys are the only ones that can represent you in court proceedings, and a lawyer cannot. That is 100% true in Florida.
I've never heard that distinction before today, and I'll research more.
That sounds like
may I have 24 hours to brief this judge?
Yeah, you can. And would you be? Will you be honest?
Of course I will.
Or are you turning into your brother where you can't take an L?
No. I can take an L.
Well, Dr. Dan today, he did say you were right, Bubba. So
yeah,
he did on the subject.
Yeah, Dan did.
Today he's a real lawyer.
Boy, I wish we could get Dan on the phone. Let me do some words. Maybe we can get Dan on the phone to back me up. This will really be a family whodunit.
Oh, great.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
You didn't like my dictionary.com?
My Urban Dictionary, Bubba is right now.
Jay just hates it that I got something lawyer right.
Tell him about crows, Bubba. Tell him about crows, how smart they are.
He probably knows how smart crows are. He's looking at his phone.
Jay, did you know that crows are smart?
I didn't, but I know.
My dad just sent me a picture of him at the Dead Sea. I'm gonna post it, even though I haven't got. I'll wait till he gives me a confirmation.
Thank you, everybody, for the Venmo. I'll give you the shout
out.
Did Danny
That
show you
looks
any?
good. That's fucking ripped for like 60 cents. I'm killing it. My real pimp.
Jay's so mad at me right now.
I'll just wait.
Absolutely, just faced his shit off bad.
He's really deep.
My fingers hurt. Oh, I got going off. Come on.
He's fucking scrambling right now. He's fucking.
I need to text Scott. Research project immediately.
Pity, get all this right now.
Pity, you're fired if I don't get the right answer. I mean, like.
Are there a lot of people who get a law degree and then don't take the bar?
No, but there's some people that I know who are super, super successful business people that went to law school, came out, and they're like, I don't really love it, and then they end up doing something else. Like, I have a really close friend who's one of the most successful guys I know. He's an insurance guy, but he's a lawyer, as Bubba would define it.
Yeah, he's just a lawyer.
He's not an attorney.
Yeah, and do you know why he's not an attorney?
Because he chose not to be, not because he didn't pass it.
Because he didn't pass the bar.
No, he didn't. That's not true.
Did he pass the bar?
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's a brilliant guy.
Huh, interesting.
One of Steve's close buddies, I'm not going to say his name, was another guy, just chose not to practice law, didn't like it.
And it took him 3 years to figure that out?
Yeah, I mean, when I went to law school, I didn't think I was going to be a lawyer. I went to law school so that I could distinguish myself from something. My dad said you can go to graduate school.
What?
There was none that really fit my personality, and then I loved it.
You didn't know?
I didn't know I wanted to be a lawyer.
Oh, so you just
I was like, I'm going to go to graduate
fit?
school. Yeah, exactly. And then I just fell in love with it. So.
What did you get your undergrad in? Not that it matters.
Communications with a psychology minor on purpose, with the whole intent of going to law school.
Yeah.
So.
Don't go to college, kids. It's a waste of money. Sorry, or
no
not.
Worries.
Sometimes not, but maybe it's not for everybody.
So this is irrelevant. This is cool because you're talking about your dad. This is my 84-year-old mom in Barcelona.
Oh my God.
Look what she did. This is her like.
This is her
Palm Sunday. Look at her Palm Sunday. She got a giant palm. She's insane. I love it.
I would. Can I post that? Yeah. She's so
look
cute.
How cute she is. I'm so proud of her for doing
this. This is her
this.
You Pray Love moment.
Yeah, I'm so happy. I mean,
well, if it's okay to post, send it to me and I'll post it.
2 minutes and 50 seconds, so probably just hold. I know important people hate to hold like you.
Ready and.
All right, but you're
here it is. Booby. That's all I got.
We got Dan on the phone.
Oh shit.
Does Dan have a very strong opinion on this?
He doesn't have any idea what we're talking about.
Oh, perfect. That's the best.
As soon as I walked in, people told him to call. So he really has no idea what he's getting himself into. So which would be better, Jay.
Oh, I'm right. I found it.
He went to JD.
Everyone in Florida, they went to diacolaw.com. How to distinguish between a lawyer and an attorney.
Oh, wait,
authored by J. Diaco.
Say it for there.
I will.
Okay. And I can post these of your mama?
Yeah, I don't care.
I mean,
I don't think she can. I don't think she cares.
All right, she doesn't. All right, whatever.
No, do it. Do it. Do it.
I'm like, all right, fuck it. But she's in Barcelona? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Palm Sunday with a life-size palm.
Oh my God, that's too fucking cute. I can't with her.
It's a felony to practice unauthorized practice of law here. Wow.
Well, but I mean, technically, the definition though the Bubba gave us.
Well, in Florida, it's actually they use the terms interchangeably. But I'll wait till.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of using Bubba's logic and definition for what you're describing.
Yeah, you're kind of like using what I said and twisting it to fucking cover your ass, buddy.
No, because in Florida they use lawyer/attorney interchangeably in the Florida bar rules.
Do we have that? Do we have that able to search, or do we see that's the smartest man alive, Dr. Dan?
Dan's the smartest man alive with anything except for law.
What I just pulled up.
Come to me for that.
In Florida, what's the difference between a lawyer and attorney? Now, traditionally, an attorney is a person that has graduated law school, passed the bar exam, and is licensed. A lawyer would be someone that has graduated law school but has not been admitted to practice. However, Florida does not make a distinction between these terms. So we're both right.
That's what I was trying to say.
In Florida, we're both right.
That's what I was trying to say. In Florida, they don't make a distinction. If you call yourself a lawyer, you call yourself an attorney, you better be bar certified, especially if you're giving any legal advice or counsel. It's your third-degree felony. I love it when we're both right, Bubba. Bubby, I love it.
Bubby.
It makes me very happy. I just called him a pet name. I can't believe it.
A bubby. Bubby means grandmother in Yiddish.
Does it?
Yes, it does. I had a bubby.
It's like abuela, huh? In Spanish?
She would have been
Bubby? Really? Oh, that's cool.
On Saturday. Yeah, Bubby. She would call me Bubba. Bitch,
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Bug. Now, I've reached out to Dan. Dan, are you there?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Me and your brother are in a really in-your-face showcase showdown.
By the way, this is Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He did
MD,
pass the
JD.
bar.
JD, MD. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
MD, JD, Esquire?
MD, JD, yes.
Bubba and I are having an adamant agreement.
So
adamant agreement.
Jay disagrees with me when I said that a lawyer is a person that went to law school but did not pass the bar, and an attorney is one that went to law school and did pass the bar. And you agreed with me And that's my stance. But your brother comes in and says that's not true in Florida. Florida happens to be one of these flim-flamming states where a guy could. So, Jay, what you're saying is a guy could practice law and go to court and represent me and be my attorney and have not passed the Florida bar.
No, Jay says the opposite.
I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you can't hold yourself out as a lawyer and do anything in Florida that involves giving legal advice.
Jay's saying that you can pass the bar but still call yourself a lawyer.
No. What I'm saying is that in Florida, in order to practice law, you have to be an attorney who passed the bar. And in Florida, there makes no distinction between attorney and lawyer. It's just whether you have passed the bar.
Right. That's
if you've passed law school, you can't come in the state of Florida and give legal advice.
Right.
Period.
But you can still call yourself a lawyer.
Anyone can call themselves a lawyer.
I think you can call yourself a lawyer no matter what. Only lawyers who have passed the bar can call themselves attorneys.
So Jay's saying that there's no distinction between those two.
Danny, what do you got?
The distinction between the two is an attorney is working in capacity and on behalf of another person. So that's the distinction. The attorney is working in the scope on behalf of another person. Whereas the lawyer is just a lawyer that's not necessarily employed and working on behalf of another person. So a lawyer is a person that is well-versed in law but not as actively representing someone in a court proceeding, whereas an attorney is actively representing a client. That's the distinction, according to the dictionary, because I looked it up in the meantime.
And it's almost the same thing with people that use JD versus Esquire.
Well,
JD means
I'm still standing by what I said.
Bubba's right.
Because there's tons of documents that says that's the distinction between the two.
Yeah, Wikipedia law says it.
No, actually, Catania and a bunch of other Florida lawyer places say it too. But nonetheless, this is going to be. I think, Jay, what you did, don't get mad at me, Jay, is you took what I had to say and you lawyered it up a little bit to make it fit for you, bitch.
It up. Hold on.
I just applied it to Florida.
No, he lawyered it up.
Florida. You initially took a big L, but then you quick on your feet. Boom, lawyered it up and then made it fit your own and trying to make me look stupid.
No, the reason I know this is because in Florida, it's one of those places where they don't want people from other states coming in to retire here, put up a shingle, and practice law.
Florida happens to be one of the states where in order to call yourself a lawyer, you have to be an attorney. In order to call yourself attorney, you have to be a lawyer. In other states, there are differences between the two. That's kind of, I think, the official statement.
Well, Florida does not allow even an attorney from another state to come here and practice law. Even if you're bar certified in another state, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina,
we're not
DC.
talking about attorneys. We're talking about lawyers.
Yeah, but so you're saying the minute they step into Florida, they become a lawyer?
No.
They were an
attorney. What I'm saying is Florida happens to be one of the very few states that a lawyer can call themselves an attorney because a lawyer had to have passed the bar. Whereas in other states, you can call yourself a lawyer and not be an attorney because you didn't have to pass the bar to be a lawyer in other states. In Florida, that's not what
it's
happens.
Unusual that they're synonymous.
Hold on. So in the state of Florida, I'm not saying practice law. That's different than what I'm saying. So if you graduate with a law degree, can you call yourself an attorney?
No.
You can you can call yourself a lawyer. You can't practice law because of the law, but you can call yourself a lawyer.
Right.
You're a lawyer that doesn't practice the law for other
like
people.
good friends we have, Dan.
Other people.
So Jay's taking an L. That's official.
Yep. Bubba won, Jay nothing.
You cannot call yourself an attorney.
Jay nothing.
But you cannot call yourself an attorney if you've just graduated.
Exactly.
But you can if you pass the bar.
Hey,
Right?
Jay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jay, how's it feel to be shut out by Bubba?
You tell me.
Bye, Daddy. Because we just hung up on you. You're just getting too hot. Oh man, I got a ton of Venmo. Austin Wolf, who is I love him.
He's learning how to do fences.
He is learning how to do fences. And he was actually, there's a few times we caught him in his truck on YouTube on how to hang 9-gauge fence. $50 from Austin Wolf, $100 from Melissa Carpenter, $25 from Gloria Zach. Ryan Lime, 25. Scott Santos or Sandelez, 30. Lance Martin, 19. 20. Will Wilson, 20. Chris Blanchard, 10. Megan Mizell, 25. And hold on here. I just had and Kyle Sturger, 10, and Blake Brannon 25. Thank you. CJ, I'm not trying to upset you because
You don't upset me.
Okay. I just got this little nugget of a lawyer bone, and I was going to definitely try to,
I'd never heard that distinction before, but I'll be sure to tell people I know that they're just lawyers.
Bubba,
I'm running away today. You're not an attorney.
I'm running away late. Back in a minute.
The Bubba Radio Network will return after this.
I never heard of that, Bubba, but you may be right. That's what I should have said to begin with. I should have just said that.
Maybe right.
The 3 most important words to a successful marriage. You may be right.
Right. Did you say the 3 most?
You? Is it maybe 1 word?
You. No.
Is it 2 words or may be? Okay, yeah, 4 words.
No, it's
Excuse me.
3 words, isn't it?
Oh, Jesus, here we go.
Is it maybe 1 word?
It depends on its context. You may be right versus...
Yeah, it's not maybe. I think you're right. I think it's 4.
Maybe.
I think
yeah,
it's
if
4.
you said, like, do you want to go? Maybe. That's 1 word. But...
Why you got to get all grammatically correct on me? Fuck, man. The 4 most important words to a successful
here's another thing
marriage.
that I realized that, like, I didn't look up, but I realized when you say...
The most successful words in marriage
when you have the word
I'm not
apart... Hold on. When you have the word apart, when it's 1 word, it means separate. When you say a part of something, it means together.
Interesting.
It's opposite. You know what I mean?
I do. That's weird.
Yeah. It's apart from something. That's 1 word, but it means separate. But then it's if you're a part of the group, that means together.
Right. Like maybe, the way I used it incorrectly, the word a lot is 2 words. Most people write it as 1. And so when I was in high school in 10th grade, my teacher put the word on one side of the blackboard and lot on the other.
Yeah.
The whole year.
Yeah. Because it's
and you get an automatic C. If you used 1 word a lot, you got a C.
Yeah.
If you use the word there, T-H-E-R-E, instead of describing where there is.
Yeah.
Like, I was there with Anya. I was in the studio with Anya.
Yeah.
And she was like, it's lazy writing.
Yeah.
They, apostrophe R. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lazy writing.
Yeah, well...
Miss Vernazzi, we called her Miss Surf Nazi.
Yeah, well, I wonder how she's doing with all this pronoun stuff, because that's probably...
Oh, my God. I think, she was one of those people, we never knew people's politics. She wore wood Holland clogs every day, like for real.
And she just ate strict granola.
So we don't, so I bet you she's probably super liberal. So I'd be curious to know, because my aunt, who's
like
super liberal, was an English
language.
teacher, and this drives her crazy.
It does drive her crazy?
Yeah, because I'm like,
It's
how do
like
I,
butchering
I'm like, they
language.
is plural. So when I write, it's hard to read or write using...
You're like, is this a group? Is this
Right,
individual?
like was there 1 shooter or 2? Like with the Tennessee
it
thing.
was so confusing.
You were saying it one morning. You're like, is it 1 or 2?
Like, God damn it! God damn it! There we go, BTS, Ohio Patriot. What the hell? Booping.
You seem to be getting 1,500 on Rumble and 500 or 600 on YouTube.
But you know what's crazy about a lot? They've talked about putting it as 1 word in the dictionary because it's misused so often.
They just want to change it?
It's now a word.
And they made it to
Like
the
funner.
other side.
Like funner's become a word, which drives my wife
has?
crazy. Yeah.
Are you sure?
There's a bunch of words that
Which
because they've been misused so often, they
Yeah.
actually put them in the dictionary.
Yeah.
And I know a lot's been one they've talked about.
I've traditionally butchered that word, and since I've known Candle, the definition's changed, so now I just am like, it's funner, babe.
Oh, no.
Isn't it actually more fun?
It's supposed to be, exactly.
Word.
They change a lot of stuff over time.
As
Like Blitz is saying, they're going to change a lot, which is 2 different words, to 1 word.
Yeah, they've talked about doing that.
Well, they changed the definition of vaccine last year.
Well, yeah.
It was supposed to include the word inoculation, which is the prevention of getting something, and they changed it to
protection
or lessen the severity of.
Yeah.
Which is like,
Makes
that's
it
no
much
longer a
wider,
vaccination.
yeah.
It's a different definition.
That makes it a shot.
I think lightning.
I think they're changing the same thing.
Oh
with
yeah,
male
yeah.
and female. I think if you look
like
up
you've
now,
said
if
for
you
a
look
while,
up in,
they're most likely going to be playing
Merriam-Webster's.
Toronto.
Did they win
What is a
5-0
female?
the other day?
I bet you they have
Will they
something
play
at the
Boston
end.
in the second round?
Probably, hopefully not, but
Well, I mean, Boston plays who?
I'm seeing it. I think they're the only ones who. Let me see who they're projected to go against, because I don't think they.
So maybe against Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh might not make the playoffs.
At least in biology, I was always told that the definition of
Pittsburgh,
male
I think
is
he's got to win
sex that has a
this
smaller
week
gametes.
to make it.
I mean, this is X's and Y's too. I mean, it's
Well, I mean, if we're talking about humans, but like
Each
for example,
conference
they
is,
would always bring up how male seahorses
4.
carry
The current one right now, Boston would play Pittsburgh if Pittsburgh qualifies.
They're like, why don't you just call that the female? It's like, well, the female
Toronto
always
plays
produces the
Tampa,
larger gamete.
Carolina, New York Islanders, and
That's
Devils and
the
Rangers.
biological definition. It's just it's as simple as the
So they
smaller
take
gamete.
eight
That's
teams out of the
interesting.
conference?
Yeah, out of the
Always
Eastern,
the larger
eight
game
teams out of both conferences.
Pittsburgh's going to make it. They're already in.
You've got mail.
Did they win last night?
Well, it's between them or Florida.
Yeah.
And maybe even the Islanders. How many games are left?
No, not you.
I'm just kidding.
He's got the Penguins.
Well,
got
they
it.
play 82 games.
Yes.
You're pulling your hair out, literally.
38-29.
I seen it.
They have 5 games left.
All right, so Florida, Pittsburgh, and the Islanders are what's at stake. Islanders have 78 games and 87 points. Pittsburgh has 77 games and 86 points, and Florida has 77 games and 85 points.
Got 'em.
So they're all within 2 points of each other and a game of each other. Right?
Yes.
So
Yes.
Tampa's the 6th
How
seed right
cute
now.
is Arlene?
Isn't she awesome?
Right?
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah, they clinch because right now it's between those 3. They're predicting
Let me go like that real quick.
the Islanders and the Penguins to make it. That's the current projection. Because Florida's got to go on a winning streak, and I think they have a pretty.
Live from the Sunbelt Rental Studios, it's the Bubba the Love Spot Show. We are way late. So sorry. Please, Charleston, don't be upset. Fort Walton Beach, Orlando. AM 820, the Big Gorilla. The Rattler in Phoenix. Which I think, did they make Blitz? Will you? I got to get a hold of Lynn and see if they had a big format switch on the Rattler. 97, is it 97.1 or 97.3? Nobody knows now.
I think
It's 97.3.
Yeah.
97.3, the Rattler, and I think that they changed it to talk. Like, real, like, I think Bonagino might be on there. I mean, I think that's like progressive, kind of alt-right leaning talk, and they kept us on as the morning show, nonetheless. So thank you, Lynn. Sorry we're late for everybody. Today's after show will be available only on podcast. Go to wherever you get podcasting and type in the Bubba Army. Blitz will have it up by noon today. Napa Mike, $100 on the Cash App to say goodbye. Thank you, Napa Mike. We love you, buddy. Go at noon today and download the podcast we're fixing to do right now. Jay, I'm sorry you're mad at me.
I'm sorry I was wrong.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
operations manager and co-host Blitz K,
co-host and show historian Lummix,
co-host Anna Hummel,
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council.
Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
And for everything else, go to thebubbaarmy.com.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello. I'm back.